Gaddafi's building. Show me one which does not have a building or which has never benefited from his generosity. Nations across Africa have benefited from the generosity of Muammar Gaddafi. He was brutally murdered. And then the same people now turn around and say Libya is in trouble. Libyans are beggars now, beggars. They beg. Yet we used to go to beg for education from Libya. Those are the type of things we want to look at. Ladies and gentlemen, those who have already come on the page of Pan-African Forum, I want to tell you, it is going to be an exciting day. Join in and listen. We are not going to keep quiet. We are going to say it as Africans. We are going to bring the curtain down. We are going to demand that enough is enough. I've given you a very good example of Somalia. They told Somalia that Somalia is too big to be governed. Siad Barre was told, immediately, please, can you try immediately, please, can you try and make Somalia, put Somalia under devolution? It was a strategy to dismember Somalia into several parts. It was devolution, one of the factors that brought Somalia to where we are. The same guys ran away very fast, left my Ugandan troops. And I want to take this opportunity to thank President Museveni and President Uhuru Kenyatta, and especially President Museveni for having been the first person to react on the situation of Somalia. We might have differences on a number of other things. Those are minor. But when it comes to Pan-Africanism, we are together. And that's where we have found a common bond. Mr. President, thank you very much. First, for sending the first group of Ugandans to enter Somalia, Mogadishu, to pacify Somalia, to create a better Somalia for tomorrow. We might not see it in coming, but we have stopped an Islamic State from operating near the borders of our countries. I want to thank the former President Kibaki and the current President of Kenya, President Uhuru Kenyatta, and the late President Nkurunziza for coming in. And my comrade, brother, friend, you have gone, you went too fast. My only comrade that I worked with in London, Zenawi, you decided to send troops into Somalia to pacify Somalia. Zenawi. Thank you very much, Zenawi. Brother, you remember in Islington, Hyber and Islington, wherever you were, my brother. You went first. I will follow you, brother. But you made a contribution towards stabilization of Somalia. We were together, we worked together. We have another brother who has remained behind, and I will talk about him later. Isaias Efaki. We worked together in the same office. You were for Uganda, for Ethiopian Relief Association. I was for Uganda Community Relief Association, UKRA. Our time that we spent pacifying Africa. And I want to thank Dr. Tedros, my younger man. You know, when you talk about some younger people, people think I'm younger. I am older than Tedros, only that I don't have gray hair. Yes, 65 years. Yes, I've struggled for this continent. So when you look at this conflict across the world, look at the conflict of Boko Haram. Look at the conflict of Mali. Look at the conflict of Sahel region. Look at the conflict in Central African Republic. Look at the conflict in South Sudan. Look at the conflict in Mozambique. Look at the conflict in DRC Congo. Look at the conflict which is stirring everybody in Tripoli. The Turks have returned. Turkey has returned as a superpower under the auspices of NATO to occupy Africa through proxy war. Look at the conflict between Rwanda and Uganda, my own country. Do we deserve this as Africans? A Ugandan cannot travel to Rwanda. A Rwandese cannot travel to Uganda. Surely. And we call this African Union. Where is African Union? Who captured the African Union? Look at the emerging trend of the African bloc that is opposed. Over 34 countries are opposed to the inclusion of Israel as an observer state. Why were they not consulted? Why were they not consulted? Why? Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, Mombasa is very hot. Therefore, you have to have a handkerchief on, and today it is going to be very hot because we are going to reveal very hot subjects. We are going to deliver subjects that will make people's hearts jump. Look at it. Is Turkey replacing? Wherever you see Turkey, wherever you see Total Oil, Shell, BP, what happens then? Proxy war. One comes with the drilling machine, then Qatar comes with money. Have you noticed that those two countries run together? Turkey, Qatar, Saudi Arabia. Look at the uniforms that Al-Shabaab wear, and look at the uniforms in Saudi Arabia. Are you shocked as an African that the uniforms look alike? What happened to us? Where is African Union? Today, we are told that Mozambique needs help. We are told that Total Oil became a conduit. When you read this history, and my friends from Zimbabwe, Venus, Saxon, will bring you the real step inch by inch, how Cape Delgado, I'm not Portuguese, but I have a Portuguese granddaughter, Eradini, from my firstborn daughter, Miriam. She's watching because she said, Dad, I'll translate, Grandpa, I'll translate some words. Yes, yes, Africa. Many of you would like me to discuss internal dynamics of democracy. But perhaps I am the only person on planet Africa who thinks that Africa does not need elections. Yes. Do we need elections in Africa? For what? For killing each other? Do you need elections in Africa? Show me one country in Africa, apart from South Africa, which does not fight after elections. Show me. I'm standing here and I'm talking. Show me. Show me one country in Africa that does not contest the results of elections and go to court, waste money going to court. Show me. Show me, yeah. Today, I've come to tell you the truth, that Africa does not need elections. And if you want elections, go to the nearest transformer and put your head on the transformer of electricity. Burn yourself, because you are going to kill your country. Is this not externally imposed system on Africa? Don't you think elections in Africa are a new concept? Isn't it time for Africa to find out why China gives us money when China 40 years ago, China 40 years ago, China was the poorest country with one rice scheme. In my country, Uganda, Kipimba. Believe President Museveni, you are watching this. You know very well, sir, that in our liberation struggle from 1978, 79, 80, 81, China was the poorest with one rice scheme where we are sharing rice with them and they were exporting the other half. That we are taking the other half as Ugandans. But because China went back and sat down, changed the modus operandi, Africa, China, today lends money to the United States of America at night and says it doesn't like them during daytime. My fellow African, when Uhuru Kenyatta goes to borrow money from China, he's condemned. When President Museveni goes to borrow money from China, during that time is condemned. But America borrows money from China at night. Then they condemn each other during that time. Today we have the pandemic that is sweeping across the world. We have not had anywhere on planet Earth a contamination of the origin of this pandemic. We don't know. Today people are being told another variant is coming, another one is coming. Prepare for another one. Another one is coming. Another one is coming. Oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God. How many of these variants are there? Africa. Is this our war? Are these conflicts ours? China today lends you money because they don't even have elections. Any of you participants and on the panel who are going to speak, when you are called upon to speak, show me one MP of China you have seen in your town across Africa. And then I will give you another 10 shillings for your airtime. Oh, $10 for your time. $10. If you show me a member of parliament from China carrying a briefcase with 2 V8s running around the cities of Africa, I will give you $10. China has no MPs, but it's a functioning democracy, according to their democracy. That's why the people want to dismantle them. They're doing very well. Yes, they are doing very well. They have a common bond, a social bond. Africa does not have a social bond. Africa has no social bond. Show me one African country that has a social bond, which gives its people a check every end of the month. The elderly, the non-employed, where are they? Where is this country? Again, I'll give you $10. A check in Africa of the elderly retired takes 2 months to reach the elderly when he has died. This is the Africa where European Union comes with their packages. They package themselves. They say, we are going to solve a conflict in Mozambique. What the hell? This is African Union where the European Union says we are going to support the people of Somalia. Then they end up themselves amongst the European Union countries. They say, how much gas and oil has Somalia got? They divide themselves. Another European Union country called Norway says we gave Somalis a lot of passports. When Siad Barre's government collapsed and Americans ran away in disarray. Now we need this gas and oil in the Indian Ocean. Now the boundary between Kenya and Somalia must be talked about in ICJ. Is this our position? Haven't we lived together with Somalis without the boundary? Can you tell me single-handedly, wherever you are in this Africa, whether you know can you tell which boundary in Indian Ocean when you are passing with a ship? Which boundary? Who made the boundary? Is it a self? Who imposed this conflict on us? that we are today talking about imaginary oil, which is deep, deep down in the sea. Is this our war? Is this our war? If it is our war, tell me how Somalia and Kenya, if they went to war, tell me how it will benefit the two countries. The European Union will run in with aid. The same European Union is the one that allowed Norway to go across the Indian Ocean and find out the people that there is a boundary and there is oil under the Indian Ocean. We are watching a conflict coming very soon. The United Nations Security Council under Chapter 7 should sit down and look at stopping any international cases around the Indian Ocean regarding the oil blocks and the maritime borders between Kenya and Somalia. Ladies and gentlemen, those participants, those watching across Africa in the 54 nations, and those watching in the metros of Europe, is Africa a zone for conflict? If the answer to you is yes, who causes this conflict? And again, if you know the answer, who are they? Today, the conflict in the breakup of Nigeria, the sinking ship of Africa. We are seeing a ship sinking. A great country with a population of 200 million people has failed to resolve its conflicts through a political solution. It has turned into judicial extraordinary measures to silence critics, to silence its people, to abduct, to render people across. Buhari has ever tried to kill Umar Diko until God took away Umar Diko. He wanted to steal Umar Diko in a coffin from a civilized democracy of United Kingdom. How will he be stopped from stealing anybody on planet Earth? There you are. There you are. I know that Mr. Simon EKPA is here today from the people of Biafra. Simon EKPA will tell us more about the sinking ship. Is this conflict in the north, in Maiduguri, in the north Maiduguri area? Boko Haram is cutting people's hands, ears, removing eyes, toes. And we in Africa are saying, we're Africa, African Union. We're African Union. Heads of state wear suits with very good perfumes, bought from Paris. All of them, including Buhari, arriving in the African Union in a building built by Chinese. Why? And then they discuss nothing. Nigeria is sinking. Kidnap. As we talk today, we might not find women in the future in Nigeria. If you have not married in Nigeria, now you might not marry in future because all the girls are being kidnapped, taken by Boko Haram, ISIS, and kidnappers. 3/4 of schooling children in Nigeria have been kidnapped. Younger people have been sexually defiled, killed, slaughtered. We might not find a generation of younger people in Nigeria anymore. Across in Cameroon, there started a leader called Paul Biya. In Amazonia, Paul Biya has killed for 4 years, actually for more than 4 years, since 1961. Nigeria, a neighbor of Cameroon, the governments have been conniving. Obasanjo connived and did not take this motion further from the General Assembly. Remember Resolution 1608 of the United Nations Security Council General Assembly that gave the people of Amazonia the right to self-determination. This resolution was never implemented by Nigeria, the fear of Biafra. Are we together today? Let Africa think. Where are we heading? In Amazonia, people are being slaughtered. Thousands have never seen school because of the French-English crisis. The French-English crisis. If you don't speak French in Cameroon, you are an enemy of Paul Biya. If you don't speak French in Cameroon, you are an enemy of Paul Biya. Is French an African country language? Why should an African head of state force the people of Amazonia to speak French? Why doesn't he force them to speak their natural language? And you slaughter them, you ignore them, you sentence their leaders at 5 a.m. in the morning. I've never heard of a court that sits at 5 a.m. in the morning, and by the time you wake up, the guys had already been sentenced to life. In Cameroon. Is this the Africa we want? Across in Central African Republic. I'm giving you this so that it runs across, so that don't touch your country only. Talk about Africa. The conflict in Central African Republic is simply a conflict created by mercantile capitalism. Yes. Look at the mercantile capitalism that is taking shape in Central African Republic. Every 2 hours each day, there is an Airbus leaving Charles de Gaulle Airport to go to Bangui. But it doesn't take passengers. It takes goods, equipment, mining equipment, maybe, and it carries back diamonds. A few months ago, United Nations French peacekeeping forces were found with diamonds and boxes of gold hidden in boxes, saying they were returning equipment to France. Does it worry you as an African? Is this the Africa we want? South Sudan, a few days ago, Dr. Riek Machar was purportedly ousted by his own generals Who funds this conflict in South Sudan? Have you found out? Is it our conflict? The conflict across in Tigray that has sucked in people, many countries, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Egypt, Sudan, Khartoum, and many other Gulf states, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates. All of you tell me you see you Africans, Ugandans, Kenyans are happy. I'm going to Dubai. I'm going to Dubai. You know what? I want to tell you one shocking revelation. I call Dubai River Road of Kenya. Why should I live in London and go to Dubai? Because it has become a river road of Kenya. Why? I hate their policies. Look at the way they fund wars. They fund wars across Africa. The conflict down or up in Tigray is a complex conflict. The European Union is saying, oh, we have to do something. America is saying, we have to do something. Why don't you do something to save the people? What are we waiting for? Who is benefiting from the conflict in Tigray? Who wants to divide Ethiopia into several parts? Who? At least it's not me. And at least it is not Professor PLO Lumumba would not like to see Ethiopia divided. At least it's not President Kisano who will speak later on this conference. At least it's not the participants that I see here who want a divided Ethiopia, a divided Africa. But the conflict, the question that remains on us is, as Miriam is going to come up to read the question to people, to the participants, I call convener or co-host. I'm the main convener. She's the co-host. And in our organization, we give priority also to ladies to chair some sessions. Some of you who came in late, you found when we had already played a video that shows quite a lot. And I will ask the production team to bring the video as I make my remarks. Those were just remarks. I'm coming back with my paper later on. And I want to tell you that each participant, if you are giving a paper, you have 10 minutes. EKPA, the main speakers have 30 minutes. Those who are on the queue, you have 30 minutes. The keynote speaker, professor, has more time. When you finish and the words are finished or you are exhausted, your Professor PLO Lumumba, you can sit down. You have about 45 minutes to an hour because you like speaking. Is here, we are here today, but because of the protocols of COVID-19, we could not be all of us. There were several people who wanted to come, but the regulations are very clear. EKPA, you have 35 minutes. Kuwesa, you have 35 minutes. Section, you have 35 minutes. And others who want to make contribution quick, 2.5 or 3 minutes. If you are making a suggestion, 3 minutes. If you have a short discussion, please make it 2 minutes. Tell us your point, ask your question. We are here to answer you. And our role is to make sure that everybody is happy. We know the problems that are facing Nigeria. We know the problems that are facing the people of Cape Delgado. We know Rwanda and Burundi don't talk. We know Uganda and Rwanda don't talk. We know the conflict in the DRC Congo. Whose conflict is this? Whom does it benefit? Miriam will come up now. I will take this opportunity when the video is shown to take a briefer. I will introduce Professor PLO LUMUMBA later on, after the video, to come and talk to us. As I told you, in the afternoon, more people are going to be online, including our guest of honor. The problems that kill Africa must be solved by Africans themselves. We must find a solution. And that solution is through talking, not through guns. I am a peacemaker, not a warmonger. I invite the video to play. Thank you. I want to call upon the people of Amazonia today, wherever you are in the diaspora in Amazonia itself, that in a struggle you are bound to have divisions. But divisions should not divert you from the main focus, the main challenge. We have struggled to expose the happenings, the human rights abuses in Amazonia. The army has killed hundreds and hundreds of thousands, burnt houses of people, internet was cut off, schools were closed, dispensaries, hospitals were burnt down. Amazonians should not be intimidated by Paul Robia. It is not upon the leaders of Amazonia, because I am not from Amazonia, but I've played a pivotal role in making sure that I loud out the voices, I put out the call, I call upon AU, EU, United Nations, Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International. Many of them have listened to some of the things that I say here, and they have come at last. America, United States of America, is slowly moving towards giving the Amazonian people the dignity they deserve. I therefore call upon the leaders and the leadership of the Amazonian people to unite for a purpose. The unity of purpose is paramount, as opposed to disunity, which has nothing but only produces ego that we have seen in South Sudan. What has killed South Sudan is not because they don't have the money, the minerals, the resources. Is ego between Riek Machar and Salva Kiir. We would not like to see that ego come to the people of Amazonia, the leadership of Amazonia. I call upon Samuel Sako, Akanga, Milan, and Eko to unite and talk with one voice on the international scene that will bring about the peace, the tranquility that you yearn for since 1961, when the resolution 1608 was abandoned by the United Nations General Assembly and Amazonia was annexed by the Cameroon government by then. I call upon you, my brothers, to pick up the unity call and free your people without disintegration. Thank you. Viewers, those listening to this tape or this video, I want to bring to your attention that the politics of proxy wars in Africa is becoming real, and it has become a reality. I want to bring to this the attention of the African states that time and time again we have fallen victims of proxy wars. We fight wars that are not ours. We fall in conflicts that are not supposed to be, don't help Africa, and they don't help our countries at all. The proxy war that is in East and Central and the Horn of Africa has been ignited, supported, equipped by France. It has been very real that the French government quietly through its company called Total Oil has been searching for resources around the triangle of East and Central Africa and the Great Lakes region and the Horn of Africa. The LAPSET was one of them, which could have been a landmark project for the people of France. They withdrew from it. The Tanga to Mwanza, they made it, they withdrew from it. The search for oil and resources through Total Oil has brought us the dangers of a proxy war in the region. It is therefore very prudent for people of the region to understand the dynamics that we are going through. For example, in Rwanda and the Burundi conflict, there is a proxy war. We are fighting a proxy country. It has brought us to a war between the two countries, between Uganda and Rwanda and Burundi. There is a proxy war in Congo who is sponsoring a resurgence of rebels that are fighting President Tshisekedi because he was not supported by countries that we know very well. This type of strategy has happened in North Africa, where Libya has been reduced to rebels, where each faction, even the government supported by United Nations, is being bombarded by a rebel called Khalifa Haftar, who is funded by countries that we know. The question of Somalia and the Kenyan maritime presents a challenge, a testy case for Africa and East Africa to stand firm and denounce the actions of countries that bring proxy wars and proxy politics in our region. It is therefore my humble submission that for this conflict, for this to end, we must do enough publicity, advocacy around the area to tell and explain to the international community why this problem is going to create an imbalance in the peace in the region, and the regional peace will be affected. It is therefore my humble submission that as a Ugandan whose troops, brothers and sisters, mothers and fathers of other many millions Ugandans who are in Somalia, condemn any action by the Somali government to try to resolve issues that should have been resolved amicably as Africans within the African confines. I submit therefore that some of us will go a mile further to do now, from now onwards, to expose, to show the challenges of these countries that make us fight a proxy war in Africa. Thank you very much for listening. God bless you. Ladies and gentlemen, participants across the world, wherever you are, in Europe. We now officially start. We have already had remarks from myself, Dr. David Matsanga, the chairman of Pan-African Forum, the chairman of Punchline Africa TV, the Ion Africa Radio, Punchline Africa, Africa World Media, and many organizations that come under my umbrella in the fight to make Africa better. I want to make it clear that this is a security-related meeting where we discuss the security of Africa, where Africa's security will come under scrutiny. It would be very prudent for security intelligence networks across Africa to listen, to take notes, to ask questions. Where have we gone wrong? Why is there no peace after every election? Why should countries in Africa preoccupy themselves with politics everywhere in Africa? People are up in Tunisia, you have seen on the streets, politics. During a pandemic, people are still talking of elections across Africa, not only Kenya, not only Uganda, not only Tunisia. You see in South Sudan, you see in Ethiopia, you have seen in Somalia, an election that is a mirage. This morning, the keynote speakers for the morning session will be Professor P.L.O. LUMUMBA, a constitutional lawyer, a speaker, a motivational speaker, a man who has been with me in and out in difficulties. We have been together struggling to put a word for Africa. There are challenges when people say, why don't you put your house in order before you come to tell us? But for us, our houses are not in Kenya or in Uganda. Our houses are in Africa. We cherish the dream, we love the dream of Nkrumah, Sekou Touré, Gabriel Nasser, Haile Selassie, Milton Obote, Julius Nyerere, Jomo Kenyatta, Patrice Lumumba, Benabera. Look at those guys who stood up. Baba Tafawa Balewa, I think so. I cannot forget that guy, that gentleman from Hamid Sekou Touré. Look, these gallant sons of Africa who stood up and said, hey, 50 years to come, you remember us. 60 years to come, remember our words. Nkrumah told you, whatever Nkrumah is today, must be saying, I told you. And the time is gonna come when you also will say, we told you. Those who will come on the generation when I and the professor, because we don't know when we are going. None of us knows the date. And there are some prophets here who know the dates. Me, I don't know. I'm guided by God's will. Professor P.L.O. LUMUMBA has been at the forefront of talking about Africa. Most of you know his speeches. Some have taken his speeches, utilized them, Some have taken them and turned them into lethal weapons against their own states. Honestly, that's the Africa we have. I don't know how many Africans know that the United States borrows money at night from China, then tells us during that time, if we find you going to China, we shall stamp your passport, no entry. Hey. So PLO Lumumba is a man who did not grow where jiggers come from. But for me, my country has had several jiggers, but not in my tribe. It is only one tribe in Uganda which has jiggers commonly, that is Busoga. I am from a mountainous place in Mount Elgon, where Chemtai, who got the golden medal, comes from. Hallelujah, Chemtai, hallelujah. Today, we've taken a gold medal. The lady can run. She's from the place where I come from. Tall. We are all tall. 6 feet. They are grow. If she's not growing, she's growing higher. So thank you. I come from that country called the Pearl of Africa. Today we are not here to discuss our countries. We are here to discuss Africa. So I want to take this opportunity to introduce Professor PLO Lumumba and to allow Miriam just to call him, because as Miriam comes in, let him not come now. Miriam will call him, because Miriam is also a descendant of Professor PLO Lumumba. Another speaker will be Simon EKPA. Simon EKPA is from Biafra. He's in amalgamated Nigeria, a forced Nigeria. They call it a zoo. Some people say it is a zoo, but as a state from AU records and the UN records, Simon EKPA will speak as a Biafran. Will speak this morning and I will speak again in the afternoon. Discuss several other aspects. He will make light known to the people of what is going on in his country. Another speaker will be Dr. Nyachama. Dr. Nyachama is a man who understands human beings. He will speak from that point of humanity. What can we do for Africa? Another speaker will be Juliet Mahapira from London. Juliet will speak from the women point of view in the diaspora. She's a senior member of the Liberal Democratic Party. She's a Kenyan from Kitale, but she has become very powerful in London to the extent of reaching the House of Commons, trying to run for parliamentary seats on the ticket of Liberal Democrats. And I told her to run on the Labour Party like me, because I'm a member of the Labour Party. In fact, if it had not been Zimbabwe, Professor, I had not told you this, I would have been the first direct African to enter House of Commons. Tony Blair and Robin Cook had given me a constituency where Labour was the majority. To run, that is Croydon Central. I was going to be one powerful figure in the House of Commons from direct the mountains of Uganda. But because of standing for Africa and speaking for Mugabe, I turned on the Labour Party and denounced it for putting sanctions on Zimbabwe. We fell out with Tony Blair and with Claire Short and Peter Haynes. I lost. But up to now, I am a member of the constituency, a delegate of the constituency to the General Assembly, to the Delegates Conference of the Labour Party. And I've told this lady, Juliet Mahapira from Kenya, that the only party that you can sell through to House of Commons is either Conservative or Labour. As you see, the Home Secretary for Britain is Ugandan. Yes, the lady is from Uganda. You see, things work very well. I would have been maybe in that first Labour minister, I would have been a minister for Africa to whip PLO. I don't know. So, thank you very much. Mahapira will come from London. And the other speakers, those who want to speak, there is a lady from, there is a lady from Khartoum who will speak. I'm going to give you the names. Then there is a good lady from Lusaka, Madame Masowe, what? Madame Masowe from Zambia. She will speak this morning. And then there are other speakers whom you see on the rest of you. Miriam will be calling your names or will update the register as it is. Now I call upon Miriam to take over the hosting, and I invite Professor PLO LUMUMBA to the podium. Thank you.
All right, Doctor, thank you so much. You're coming to us from the White Sands there in Mombasa. My name is Miriam Good for those who are watching, and I'm at the general headquarters here in Nairobi, Kenya. Indeed, a very warm welcome to you. And as you already know from the title that you have on your screen, this morning, our topic of discussion on the Pan-African Conference is EU deployment in Africa, conflict zones for political stability or their own economic stability. And now it is my pleasure to welcome our next speaker, Professor PLO LUMUMBA. Professor, a warm welcome to you.
First, let me start by thanking the Pan-African Forum Limited and its founder, Dr. David Matsanga, for putting together this conversation. This is a very important conversation, particularly at this time in the life of the continent of Africa. We are having this conversation at a time when there are many conflicts in the continent of Africa in the manner in which Dr. Matsanga has outlined. And these conflicts have different DNAs, if you may. One of the most important, and I use the word important very deliberately, conflicts currently going on is in Ethiopia, and is a conflict that threatens to break up the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, which is the headquarters of the Organization of African Unity, now turned into the African Union. Only yesterday, reports tell us that the Tigray army has occupied the important town of Lalibela. And what is worrying is that we have not heard the voice of the chair of the African Union, nor have we heard the voice of the President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, President Felix Tshisekedi, who is the current chair. We have not heard the leaders of IGAD speak. We have not heard the leaders of the East African community speak. We have not heard the leaders of ECOWAS speak. We have not heard the leaders of SADC speak. We have not heard the leaders of the Central African countries speak. We have not heard the leaders of Maghreb speak. We have heard muted and apologetic voices from the United Nations. And yet we know that men, women, and children are suffering with bodies floating in various water bodies. And that is just one conflict. We know that there is instability in Somalia, and that Somalia has gone through a very long period of instability, which has created an environment that is hostile to the realization of sustainable peace. We know that in the recent past, there has and continues to be insurgency in Mozambique. Commentators suggest that it is a religious war, but the anatomy of that war has not been understood properly. But whatever it is, it cannot be denied that it threatens the peace, not only of Mozambique, but of southern Tanzania. We have seen the continued instability on the eastern part of the Democratic Republic of Congo, which country has never known peace and quiet since the assassination of Patrice Emery Lumumba in 1961. We know that Central African Republic has also had problems, and that there is no peace and quiet there. We also know that South Sudan is struggling to get out of conflict, and as had been stated this morning and yesterday in the media, no sooner had we imagined that with the swearing in of 588 members of parliament in Juba would herald a new peaceful dispensation, then we are told that another faction of Riek Machar's political party have disowned him, and almost immediately his own faction have disowned the other faction, which means that there is a breeding ground for conflict. In Sudan, we know of the conflict in the Nuba Mountain, in the Blue Nile, and in Darfur. We also know that Libya continues to be in difficulties, and we cannot forget the recent assassination of President Abiy Itno and the continued instability in Chad. In Burkina Faso, we know that there is conflict as we speak, and the same may be said of Mali, of Mauritania, and of course, the Amazonian problem, which continues to fester. And we cannot forget that even in Senegal, which we may think is peaceful, the people in the Casamance region have their own problems with the Dhaka administration. Those are conflicts which are of high tension nature. But we also know that in the countries which appear to have peace, every election cycle threatens those very nations. In Kenya, we know that in the year 2007, the country nearly degenerated into civil war when the political class mobilized the population and weaponized their constituencies until through international intervention, the country was saved from falling into the abyss of civil war. The same was repeated in Kenya in the year 2017, and as the country approaches the elections in 2022, the drums of war are already beating. In Zambia, we are already aware that the president has asked the armed forces to be deployed into the streets as they prepare for their elections on the 12th day of August. And we know that every election cycle in different countries, only yesterday, the 5th day of August 2021, we saw young men and women in a most disciplined way demonstrating in the streets of Accra, Ghana, and demanding that they must have jobs. Africa is in a crisis. And that crisis is the one that begs the question which is on the table and which I beg to rephrase. Are the conflicts in Africa internally generated or externally manufactured and fueled internally? Is it the case that the erstwhile colonial powers now operating under the aegis of the European Union, the manufacturers of those conflicts? Is it possible that even those that have left the European Union, such as the United Kingdom, are part of that conflict? In a nutshell, the question that is on the table is, why is it that so many years after the bulk of African countries regained their independence, the fragility of the African nation threatens the post-colonial state? In order to understand that question, I think it is important that we address ourselves, albeit briefly, to the historical origin of the modern African state. It is something that has been stated times without number, but in order to contextualize our conversation, it's important to repeat it again. The modern African state, and I'm using the word modern very guardedly, is a product of the Berlin Conference, which was held in Berlin, Germany, between the months of November 1884 and the month of February 1885. The very reason why that meeting was held is because the European powers divided the African continent into their spheres of influence for purposes of exploitation. The product of that particular engagement is that each of the European powers had their own spheres of influence, with France taking their own share, the Germans their own share, the Italians their own share, the British their own share, the Portuguese their own share, the Belgians their own share, and of course, we know that in certain parts of the continent, even the Arabs were present in countries such as Zanzibar, and the net effect of all these was that Africa was fragmented and African territories were then arbitrarily parceled out into what we now call the African countries. Chinua Achebe captures the end product of the Berlin Conference in his book, The Trouble with Nigeria, written in 1983, when he says that most African countries are mere geographical expressions, and that they are created deliberately and designed to collapse. It is in this regard that you can understand that in a country such as Kenya or Uganda or Tanzania, you find different African nations distributed amongst these countries, as is the case in Nigeria, as is the case in most African countries, and that therefore, when the colonial enterprise was brought to an end The post-colonial state was not meant to succeed. They were designed to fail. And indeed, in the cases of countries such as France, they were not even pretentious about it, so that they entered into a pact for the continuation of colonization, which saw former French colonies to continue to be treated as being under the tutelage of France and being directed from Paris. Indeed, that meant, among other things, that their economies were controlled from the French government, complete with a currency, the CFA franc, which is printed, distributed, and whose value is determined by the Paris government. That also remains true of the former Portuguese colonies, which were wrestled out of the combined Marcelo Caetano and Antonio de Spinola regimes in the 1970s and 1980s, when through sustained struggle, independence was captured from them by the Mozambicans, the Angolans, the Cabo Verdeans, and the Guinea-Bissauans. And of course, we know that the same was true of the former British colonies, and ultimately in Southern Africa, if they were arrested from the apartheid regime, which was a product of the apartheid philosophy articulated in 1948 by the Nationalist Party of Hendrik Verwoerd. Africa, therefore, is a continent that must be understood as the home of diversity. Somebody described that form of diversity, I think it is Simon from Nigeria, specifically in the Biafra region, who says that in Africa there is a dangerous form of diversity which militates against our unity unless it is understood and used to mediate African conflicts. That is the continent in which we find ourselves. And Africa has always been a victim, as all of us know, of diabolical conspiracies and diabolical machinations of the former colonial powers. Indeed, one can say that no sooner had African countries started regaining their independence than the former colonial powers started plotting the destruction and or destabilization of African countries. It is instructive that as early as 1961 in countries such as what we now describe as the Democratic Republic of Congo, individuals who were seen to be progressive, such as Patrice Emery Lumumba, were assassinated. The same fate was to meet Sylvanus Olympio in Togo. And no sooner had that happened, you will remember that other great African leaders were also assassinated. But let us retrace a little to understand how the diabolical machinations started very early on in the history of Africa. Prior or immediately after the independence of Ghana, which was the leading country in that regard, and I'm excluding Liberia, which was created in a unique manner in 1847, and excluding Ethiopia and excluding Egypt to a certain extent, and Sudan. When Kwame Nkrumah led the Ghanaians to regain their political independence, one could see the hidden hands of powers at that time. I remember, courtesy of history, that after Ghana regained our independence, in a speech that was delivered on the day of independence, the Osage for Kwame Nkrumah was as eloquent as he was passionate in reminding Ghanaians that the independence of Ghana meant nothing unless all other African countries regained their independence. And it is on that basis that he told them that the imperialists will always have different ways of ensuring that they stay in the continent of Africa. He said that imperialists do not change their character. They may wear different masks. They may come as investors. They may come as donors, but their agenda and their scheme remains one and the same. to subjugate and to manipulate the African continent. It is on that basis and guided by that principle that in 1958, Kwame Nkrumah convened a meeting of African leaders, urging them that there was a need to create a front that was going to ensure that post-colonization, the neo-colonial project was not allowed to take root in Africa. As 2 years later, Kwame Nkrumah with King Hassan of Morocco convened yet another meeting in Casablanca in Morocco, and that group of individuals who believed in the total and genuine independence of the continent of Africa, not flag independence, were christened the Casablanca group. At the same time, the erstwhile colonizer led by the French under the leadership of their retired Army General Charles de Gaulle had recruited Cote d'Ivoire's Félix Houphouët-Boigny and Tubman of Liberia, and indeed they had a meeting initially in Monrovia in Liberia and subsequently in Antananarivo in what is now known as Madagascar, then known as Malagasy, and that created what was then described as the Monrovia Group. So that when Haile Selassie convened a meeting in the month of May between the 23rd and 25th days of May in 1963 in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, there were two factions which were on the table at that time. One can say that there was the Casablanca group, which was clear in its mind that Africa needed to enjoy total liberation and to ensure that the neo-colonial project was not allowed to thrive, and the Monrovia group, which was led and whose agenda was articulated by Félix Houphouët-Boigny, who took the view that Africa needed to grow away, and I'm using the word grow very deliberately, from colonialism in a gradualist way. It can be said that despite the urging, despite the spirited cajolement of Kwame Nkrumah, it is the Monrovia group that won the day in Addis Ababa in 1963. And instead of a United States of Africa, we ended up with the Organization of African Unity, which was a watered down version of the United States of Africa that Kwame Nkrumah had demanded as a way of immunizing the continent against the vagaries of the neo-colonial project. And I dare say that today we are paying for the choice of those lukewarm leaders not to listen to Kwame Nkrumah. Because when they did so, in a very surreptitious and in a very diabolical way, the erstwhile colonizers continued to be the puppeteers, and the newly colonized countries became puppets and marionettes, which were controlled. If they were not controlled from Brussels, as in the case of Congo, they were controlled from Paris, or they were controlled from London, or they were controlled from Madrid, and of course, subsequently, some of them were to be controlled from Moscow and from Washington during the Cold War. The net effect, therefore, is that Africa has always been a continent that is under the attack and assault of foreign powers. Even as Africa was continuing to labor under the choreographed machinations of the Western powers, which were designed to ensure that African resources were being taken away, other powers were also coming into the continent of Africa. It is in this context that we must understand the coming into force of the Soviet Union after the World War II and the emergence of the Soviet Union as one of the world powers, and the emergence of the United States of America as the other world hegemon. There was now a contestation of an ideological nature, and Africa became a theater of this conflict. Leaders either affiliated themselves to the Moscow spirit of the United Kingdom. The greater Q now came from Washington, which was leader of the conceptual West, in the same way that Moscow was leader of the conceptual East. What we then saw were conflicts and the propping up of dictators. How many of you listening to me and present in this forum will not remember that leaders such as Joseph Desire Mobutu, later to rename himself Mobutu Sese Seko, remained in power because he was a puppet of the Washington regime? How many of you will forget that leaders such as Jean Bedel Bokassa in Central African Republic remained in power because they were puppets? How many of you will remember that leaders such as Mashias Nguema Biyogo remained in power because they were puppets? And how many of you will forget that even leaders such as Dauda Kairaba Jawara in Gambia remained because they were puppets of the West, including with titles of adulation such as Sir Dauda Kairaba Jawara? And how many of you will forget that leaders such as Siad Barre and Mengistu Haile Mariam remained in power because they were being supported by the Moscow government? And we know that after the collapse of the Soviet Union, then the world changed in what was described by political commentators and political scientists as a unipolar world. And the systems that were under the tutelage of the communist powers now came under the sphere or the domination of the United States of America and resurgent European Union powers, who are now telling African countries that the only way in which we could lend you money, because at that time economies had also been destroyed and the only available sources of lending were Western institutions, the Bretton Woods institution to be exact, the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. What we were then told, and African countries and African politicians were told, in order to be accepted into the fold of the politically civilized, you had to embrace something that was described as democracy. And this democracy had to be defined by the conceptual West. And it meant, among other things, that you had to embrace multi-party politics. It meant that you had to hold frequent elections periodic. It meant that you had to have heads of state, presidents, or prime ministers whose terms were limited. It meant that you had to have non-governmental organizations, most of which were funded from European powers and whose agenda was to articulate Western ideas of human rights and Western agendas in other spheres. Many African countries found themselves coming into that fold, so that many of the intellectuals in Africa were whether they like it or not, became parts of the world, and despite their protestation to the contrary, they merely were puppets. They merely were recipients of little pittances being paid to them, and he who pays the piper, the old saying goes, calls the tune. So you had an African intelligentsia who, to use that neo-Marxist term, and I'm saying this is neo-Marxist, I'm not myself a Marxist, but they were and could be described as the comprador bourgeois. And these comprador bourgeois continue to operate in Africa under different guises. You find them in NGOs, you find them in governments, and I dare say that they are the fifth columnists via which these Western organizations and Western powers continue to operate in the continent of Africa. And of course, as Marx once said, the safety of this comprador bourgeois demands that the masses of the people be kept in the most profound ignorance. And what do, these individuals? In order to sustain their agenda, they have now perfected the art of mobilizing their citizens who are ordinarily people from their ethnic groups, the mobilization of ethnic groups and the creation of political parties which do not have the character of political parties, they have no ideological anchors, is what now creates problems in Africa amongst many other things. And I dare say in many African countries, there are no political parties as understood in different parts of the world. The political parties we have are actually ethnic enclaves led by, depending on which country one is talking about, low voltage ethnic warlords whose only desire is to seek political office for nothing else other than material aggrandizement. In the minds of these men and women, in certain cases, the only agenda that they have is that they must seek and seize the instruments of the state and use them for personal benefit. And that is why we talk about the concept of the prebendal state, where the agenda of those who get into political power is to share state revenue and is only the crumbs that are available for the general population. When you are operating in an environment such as that, then you must know that conflict is always knocking at your door if it is not in fact sitting in your very sitting room. And I dare say that that is where Africa now finds herself. In the recent past, of course, we have seen the emergence of China. China has come into the African scene like a juggernaut. It has come in the nature of a Trojan horse. It comes with goodies in the forms of railways, in the forms of stadia, in the form of roads, in the form of development of ports and other things which are visible and which can then be waved to the gullible electorate as constituting development. And in that way, China has entered the hearts and minds of very many African leaders. And today, there are very few African countries which are not under the beck and call of China. Has it ever been lost on you? Have you ever not wondered why it is that Africa, with our 54, 55 countries, depending on whether Morocco agrees that Sahrawi is a country or not, why it is that it's only African countries that periodically once a year are summoned to Beijing and all of them run to Beijing to be addressed by one leader of China? Have you ever wondered why it is only Africa whose leaders are summoned to Tokyo to be addressed by the Prime Minister of Japan? Have you ever wondered why African leaders are the only ones who are summoned to Washington to be addressed by the leader of the United States? Have you ever wondered why African leaders are the only ones that are summoned to Moscow to be addressed by the president of Russia? Have you ever wondered why Africans are the only leaders who are summoned to Germany to be addressed by the Chancellor of Germany? Have you ever wondered why African leaders are the only ones who are summoned to New Delhi to be addressed by the Prime Minister of India? Have you ever wondered why Africans are the only ones who are summoned to the Arab world to be addressed by the King of Qatar? It is because Africa is the theater. Africa is the home of resources, and African leaders are mere marionettes and puppets who are manipulated to the detriment of the people. That is not to say that there are no exceptions in Africa. There are few African leaders who have tried to speak out. And in this regard, I never forget the late John Joseph Pombe Magufuli. I never forget Paul Kagame. I never forget occasionally Hage Geingob. And occasionally in his younger days, of course, I never forget Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. And in his younger and better days, Robert Mugabe. And of course, there were others in the period before this period, which I'm talking. Africa that I'm talking about is an Africa that is in a crisis of monumental proportions, which then legitimizes for me to ask the question again: what is the source of African conflict? Let us remember that conflict is a multi-billion-dollar industry. If you look at the economies of countries that look innocent, such as Sweden, and look at what brings money to their economies is weapons. If you look at the economies of most countries in Europe and America, and what injects money to the economy is weaponry, small arms, and other things. And in order for these industries to remain alive, conflicts must be manufactured. Africans must be made to fight, to engage in fratricidal wars. And we can see these fratricidal wars in Ethiopia now. We see fratricidal wars in Sudan. We see fratricidal wars in Southern Sudan. We see fratricidal wars in the Democratic Republic of Congo, fratricidal wars in Mozambique, fratricidal wars in Cameroon and in Amazonia, fratricidal wars in Mali, in Nigeria, in Burkina Faso, in Mauritania, in Libya, and in many parts of Africa. And when these wars are being prosecuted, money is being made in the billions. And you must also know that poverty is also a multi-billion-dollar industry. And as long as you ensure that Africans are wallowing in the muck and mire of poverty, you can engage in humanitarian action, and in that way you continue to sustain Western organizations. War and poverty are multi-million-dollar industries. But does it mean that we ourselves are free of guilt? No, we are co-authors of our own misfortune. The misfortune of Africa is that our men and women who have had the honor and privilege of presiding over our affairs post-independence, except for a very few of them, have been men and women who have no agenda for the continent. They are men and women who want to occupy political office for personal aggrandizement, as I said. They are men and women whose only desire is to lord it over their people. They are men and women who are possessed by the spirit of egotism and megalomania. They are men and women who have no vision for their country. They are men and women who are myopic. They are men and women who do not want to address the critical problems of food, the critical problems of health. They are men and women who, as we have seen during this pandemic, cannot lead their countries to embrace science. They are men and women who, instead of embracing technology, are engaging in embracing theology, not knowing that the problems of technology cannot be solved by theology. We cannot pray into action that which we can acquire through science. So Africa can only liberate herself when she realizes genuinely that her future not only demands but requires that she must stop and pause and ask herself, what is our trajectory? Africa must get into a clear understanding that her present structures are not going to solve our problems. You cannot pour new wine in old wineskins. Organizations which are in a suspended state of animation, such as the African Union, must be revamped and reorganized if Africa is to know and to realize our potential. I know that in the recent past we have come up with projections and schemes such as Africa Agenda 2063, and there is nothing wrong with the promises of Africa Agenda 2063. I know that we have the African Continental Free Trade Area, and there is nothing wrong with that. There is nothing wrong with the Maputo Protocol. There is nothing wrong with the Malabo Protocol. There is nothing wrong with the Kigali Protocol. There is nothing wrong with all those initiatives. But what I know is that mere pronouncements in and of themselves without accompanying and deliberate action, which is informed by the desire to change the continent in a dramatic way, is not going to help us solve our problems. So we can blame European Union all we want. We can blame China all we want. We can blame the United Kingdom all we want. We can blame the United States all we want. But we must also remember that we have contributed to our own misfortune. Is it not the case that when we were fighting for independence through our fathers, we gave ourselves a promise that we needed independence in order to demonstrate to the world that we had the intellectual wherewithal to run our affairs? Did we not tell ourselves that our independence was more than our national anthems, more than our flags, more than our mottos, and that we would not allow our imposed boundaries to stand in the way of our creative unity? Did we not tell ourselves that? Did we not tell ourselves that we were going to ensure that our people would have good health facilities? Did not tell ourselves that we were going to fight ignorance through education, through science and innovation? Did we not tell ourselves that we were going to feed ourselves by having agriculture that is sound and is not rain dependent? Did we not tell ourselves that we were going to use our resources? Did we not tell ourselves that Africa was going to be liberated? We told ourselves those things, but because, as Chinua Achebe rightly said in 1983, the problem of Africa is simply and squarely a problem of leadership, and I dare say even that of followership, because we who are the voters, we who are in the majority, we have allowed ourselves to create monsters unto ourselves. We have allowed those who stand in positions of leadership to think that they are demigods. And when you have treated people as demigods for too long, they now suffer from the martyr complex. They now suffer from the Messiah complex. And they think that we are mere marionettes and puppets to be manipulated. And they consume all the things that we ought to consume. Africa will only liberate herself from the day that we realize that the problems of Africa can only be solved by ourselves. But we must wake up and be prepared to roll our sleeves. And when we do that, and do that in a sustainable and undisciplined manner, Africa will stop blaming others and begin to use our monumental resources for the benefit of the continent. It can be done, it must be done, and it is only you who can do it. As Julius Kambarage Nyerere famously said, it can be done, play your part. And as the Osagie for Kwame Nkrumah famously said, we cannot solve these problems by looking east or west, we must look forward. Thank you very much.
Professor PLO Lumumba. I think one of the key messages that I've gotten from that speech is that as much as we want to blame the East or the West, but Africans, we've become the... I think even some of the solutions must start with us. Thank you so much, Professor PLO Lumumba.
in the web. The decline of humanitarian justification for military intervention might signal broader trend in which the pretext of human rights, the right to protect, which was used in the attack of Libya in 2011, also in Mali in 2013. Libyan intervention under the pretext of the right to protect was a cover-up, as the real reason was to scuttle the vision of the United States of Africa, which was championed by the late Colonel Muammar Gaddafi. The vision of late Colonel Gaddafi was going to affect the economic interests of the Europeans. So the only way they had to do was to remove him. And they'd used some of African nations, like South Africa, who voted for the resolution which authorized military attack on Libya. And at the end of the day, you've seen these military conflicts, they don't benefit Africa at all. Intervention by the Europeans. Right now, if you look at Libya, life is worse off. The Europeans have looted the oil. If you were to check the deposits of oil reserves, so whenever the Europeans intervene, they intervene for their own economic interests or prestige. Let's cite a few examples of conflicts where the Europeans have paid a gift, i.e., because their interests were not affected, or even they participated to support those conflicts. The conflict resolution community seems to pursue conflict resolution efforts in Africa from a variety of purposes and interests, and with policies that are often replete with ambiguities and contradictions. This situation may be the reason why many African conflicts may be silenced but remain largely unresolved, because the underlying factors of those conflicts do not have been addressed. It will be more cosmetic solutions that would have been suggested. The situation may be, okay, because the African conflict involves the activities of seasoned peacemakers using the best of personal skills and recently developed knowledge about ways of managing and resolving conflict. International efforts at conflict management has not been particularly effective or efficient in overcoming disasters that have brought them into the continent. The critical question then is how we understand the problem of conflict resolution in Africa. When the actors mainly external to Africa propagate the ideas of peace and conflict resolution, corresponding mainly to their own interests and views of African world. The examples of military and economic pacts concluded by French-speaking leaders with France's independence are a case in point. In many cases, these pacts have not been rescinded half a century after independence, and that is why former French colonies either still have the French military stationed in their countries or continue to call for France for military interventions, as in the case of the Central African Republic and Mali. In Africa, the concept of state or nation is based on Africa's colonial past. Article 4 of the Constitutive Act of the African Union places emphasis on the respect for state boundaries inherited at independence. African states have also remained spheres of influence of former colonial powers, and no power in the world has been interested in changing that situation. The European concept of state has had a strong influence on African countries, and it was this concept of state that led to drawing up of arbitrary borders throughout Africa. Such Eurocentric thinking, reinforced by technological and scientific achievement, is still very present in Africa. Colonial rule was the antithesis of democracy because it was premised on the usurpation of fundamental rights to self-determination and of the fundamental human rights of citizens and people. Okoye in 1997 work underscored that the fact that whatever legitimate colonialism possessed was derived not from any set of agreed rules or consensus, but from the monopoly of the means of coercion and violence, and by its divide and rule strategies aimed at intensifying the cleavages, which were the cleavages on class, tribal, and religious, which were inherent in the social structure and at prolonging its rule. Colonial rule never raised the issue of good governance. A review of intervention efforts in African conflict in the last 2 or 3 decades of the 20th century brings out 2 main trends in regard to the main actors or agencies and the intervention approaches involved. The first trend shows that the main actors intervening in African conflict were almost entirely from outside of Africa. These were individuals, countries or group of countries, institutions or organizations. until 1993, Africa was almost totally dependent on outside entities for conflict management. Some of these outside entities or actors included former colonial masters, international organizations, and foreign powers like United Nations, European Community, and the United States of America, as well as regional efforts like Economic Community for West African States, ECOWAS, in West Africa, and Intergovernmental Authority on Drought and Desertification, IGAD, in East Africa, and a number of non-governmental actors such as former President Jimmy Carter and Julius Nyerere. The second strong idea that emerges from intervention literature is the increasing emphasis on conflict management rather than resolution as the intervention approach in Africa. China seems to be also wedging, expanding its influence in Africa because of its policy. China has the advantage of never having enslaved or colonized the continent. China has also not made the false promises quoted with the neoliberalism, whilst the West, the IMF and the World Bank put conditions that only aid in the uplifting of Africa. China has so far been willing to provide unconditional aid and invest in infrastructure. At the same time, however, it freely takes full advantage of the opening up of markets and that neoliberal economic policy over the last 25 years have offered unencumbered. So far, unlike the United States, China has not sought to establish military bases in Africa to protect its economic interests, which the US has sought to establish through the setting up of the AFRICOM. International humanitarian and peacekeeping efforts have often been marred by conflicting interests that have sometimes hurt the people they intend to assist. The war on terror, like it's called war pre-anti-dissent, has increased American and European military presence on the continent, generated a new external support for repressive governments, and contributed to an escalation of violence in many regions. Rather than promoting security, outside intervention has often intensified strife and undermined prospects of peace and demonstrating once again how failure to learn from the past is obscured the pitfalls of the future. European military interventions are either meant to stabilize African nations or meant to protect their economic interests. When Mozambique waged a brutal civil war, which ended with the signing of the Roma Accord in 1992, and the African initiated peace deal around 2013, we didn't see any European nations intervening in the crisis, which killed many millions, because this crisis was their own creation. For your own information, the Renamo outfit was a creation of the Rhodesian Central Intelligence Organization. It was led by Ken Flower. And when Zimbabwe got its independence, the Central Intelligence structure changed, and the Renamo was now funded by apartheid in South Africa. The Europeans and the Americans didn't even intervene in save the lives of Mozambicans in 1976 and around 2013 when they were sporadic disturbance after the 1992 Roma Accord, because their interests were not served. When Mozambique discovered oil in 2011 and the Europeans invested, and the terror group started the marauding wars in around 2017, the Europeans became interested because their interests were affected, meaning they don't value us, they value their prestige and their economic interests. Europeans and Americans don't value Africans and so on by their inept protect Africans from civil wars, which they've been funding since the 1970s. The Mozambican Renamo has been funded by their kids and kin, and these European nations never made an effort to resolve the conflict. But now they are raising, they are even deploying troops in Cabo Delgado because Shell, Total, and other European countries' business interests are now affected. Right now in Mozambique, they are disturbing in central Mozambique from the breakaway of Renamo. But none of these European nations have suggested to deploy troops there. Why? Because they don't have interest there. Angola underwent a blood civil war after its independence. And who was funded UNITA was Portugal. Portugal is an European nation. And none of these, the European Union or even the United Nations, talked about sending troops to stop the war in Angola. At one time, South African begged apartheid intervened to support UNITA, but none of these European nations raised a question or even tried to assist. At one time, UNITA UNITA's military prowess was more powerful than MPLA-led government. And if were it not for Cuba, Rwanda would have fallen. And these European nations, they didn't see any problems with that. To them, it was all fine when Africans were butchering each other because their interests were not served. The Democratic Republic of War has never known peace. The Democratic Republic of War has got 90 minerals of economic interest. The reason why it has been never known peace,
Simon,
is because
Saxon,
yes.
Saxon, you have 2 minutes to summarize.
Okay. The Democratic Republic has never known
2 minutes to summarize your speech,
okay.
Make your points, and we thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
The DRC war was supported by Belgium and the CIA, which actually imposed Mobutu Sese Seko. And when Mobutu Sese Seko was deposed, the Southern African nations supported Laurent Desire Kabila, and some of these nations, like Zimbabwe, paid dearly for affecting the European interest in the DRC. And after the intervention of nations like Zimbabwe, the United Kingdom sided, the US sided the UK in the bilateral conflict, resulting in the imposition of sanctions on military establishment of the Zimbabwean government because they'd affected their European and American interests. Rwanda genocide in 1994, the same European nations never paid interest when Africans were butchering each other because their interests were not served. So the issue of military interventions in Africa by Europeans doesn't serve our interests, but promotes and perpetuates their hegemony. And after their military intervention, they come in with these NGOs, which are meant to perpetuate and protect their interests, thereby fostering policies meant to ensure their continued looting to enhance their economic hegemony. I submit.
Saxon Zvina, all the way from Harare, Zimbabwe, for that presentation. Next, I'll welcome Dr. David Matsanga, who in return will bring us the next speaker, Simon Akpa. Dr. David Matsanga.
Thank you. Thank you very much, participants across the world, wherever you are in Africa, from West Africa in Banjul to East Africa in Asmara, North Africa in Cairo, South Africa in Cape Town, Central Africa in Kigali. Thank you very much for watching us. Thank you very much for listening to our show this morning. I hope we are still in the morning session. Afternoon, morning. What is the time? It's noon. Thank you very much. Now, there are 2 points that I want to make clear and to bring you back to the topic. Professor PLO LUMUMBA raised a number of things. It looked like he changed the program, the question to us Africans. Am I wrong, Prof? You changed the question to us. And I want the next speakers to answer those questions. Is it us who are the problem? Is the problem on the continent of Africa, or it is a continent which is a package that comes from France? There, I and the professor, we shall struggle on it in the afternoon again. I will be on a different side. I don't want to tell you, but I want other people to convince me that this problem is an African problem. It is us Africans who cause this problem. And we are part and parcel to blame. It is us who always become conduits of this war. It is us who called these guys to come in? Do we have the will to manufacture a toothpick? How many African countries manufacture toothpicks? But our trees are cut in Garamba Park, in Mabira Forest, and you see trucks and trucks of timber going to China for China to make toothpicks. And then we see women and men loaded in Kenya Airways, Uganda Airways, Qatar, Emirates, Air China, going to buy toothpicks and bring them back to sell them to us. So where is the problem, Prof? We want the speakers to focus. The problem of Mozambique is narcotics. And the President Nyusi, we are putting you on notice. This is not this is not going to be a honeymoon for you to hide under SADC and not to be told that you are part of the problem that caused the war in Cape Delgado. Yes. Yes. Why was this war not there when Chisano was there? Hey. That's why we need Chisano later on this afternoon. Frelimo is a party created, supported by Africa. As I bring in my next speaker, I want to thank both speakers, Professor LUMUMBA, for significantly bringing in the aspect of our problem. In some African countries, we are told we have to have election every 5 years. Do you have the money to hold the election every 5 years? And then you go on borrowing this money. You are borrowing the money every time to do an election. Then when you cheat it, they come to say you borrowed our money and we want accountability. You say, no, this is my election. This is my country. This is my what? Have you seen the problem we have? Professor brought it on the table. This is the 21st century. Some African countries are telling people, instead of giving them technology, they are giving them all the Stone Age equipment. What a show today. Prof, you brought something. There's something you spoke that touched my heart. This stone equipment of creating fire, of rubbing a stone on a stone, when we have already moved. This is the poverty of faith we have on the continent of Africa. The arbitrary dictatorial tendencies of leaders in Africa. You talked of leaders gathering in African Union, Prof. Buhari also calls himself a leader. He gathers in African Union. When younger girls in Nigeria are being abducted every day, why don't you sit home like a Pombe Magufuli? The late did not attend these stupid things of AU, UN. Hey, Africa, we want to talk. Now, Saxon dealt with a background of colonial mentality. I want to keep you up to date with the debate. As Simon comes in, Simon EKPA. EKPA is a Biafran. He's a Biafran who struggles for independence of a Biafran state. Our work here is to listen, to talk to every African, as long as you are not a terrorist. Because we don't talk to terrorists. And we don't want people to label others terrorists. because they want to have power. Don't label people terrorists because they have disagreed with you on opinion. You label Al-Shabaab terrorists because they have a uniform from Saudi Arabia, but you don't even condemn Saudi Arabia. Did they steal the uniform from Saudi Arabia? They come and they use the same uniform to maim us in Nairobi and Kampala. And then you keep on saying, I'm an African, climbing an Airbus plane going to London. I'm an African head of union. I am an African, Paris. I am an African going to Germany to go and discuss. Why don't you ask questions? Why is Al-Shabaab wearing a uniform similar to Saudi Arabian army? Who gives them the uniform? Why are you not asking Saudi Arabia? How did the uniform that Al-Shabaab wears reach Mogadishu to disturb Farimajo's government? Today I'm on the side of Farimajo, unfortunately. Yeah? Yes, Nigeria is falling ship, sinking ship. A country with 200 million people with nothing to show in Africa, only Hollywood movies. Wow. What a shame. My next speaker comes from that country. He's a Biafran. And if there is anybody who wants to counter him, the Nigerian embassy, you are listening. Wherever you are, come out. Don't operate underground. Come and we talk. Nigeria's problem is political, not judicial. You will not solve that problem judicially, in a judicial manner, sorry. You must solve it politically. Huh. My Africa, welcome Simon EKPA. Simon EKPA lives in Finland. He's a Biafran. His views are for Biafra and for the people of Africa. The question at hand today, EU, the conflict it supports on Africa or tries to prevent on Africa. Do they manufacture them for their interest or for the interest of Africans? That's the question. And the PLO answered it very well. We collect AK-47, we buy them. Small arms must be sold for the metros and the trains to work in Paris. Paris. Do you know that 3/4 of Africa is destabilized by Paris? Are you ashamed that after Afghanistan, the United States of America wants to offload gun, some conflict in Indian Ocean again, near Palma? What is Palma? The center of narcotics. Thank you very much, President Uhuru Kenyatta, for blowing a ship that came from Palma. Woohoo! Don't you see that? Very interesting. When President Uhuru Kenyatta blew the ship on the sea in Mombasa, where I am, the world condemned him. Some people condemned him, you saw. But we people who have been fighting drugs against narcotics. But where was the narcotics coming from? Afghanistan. Where was it being offloaded? Palma. Why is Mozambique a conduit of narcotics? Wait for my paper this afternoon. Hallelujah, walai. It has to come out. For now, I call upon Simon to give us his views. Simon EKPA. Thank you very much. I can see Hey, you are wearing the real African. Yes.
Thank you.
Simon, you are wearing the real African attire of Kingdom of Africa. I love Biafrans. I've loved them, I've supported them since 1967. I supported them. My father was a good supporter. My president, Dr. Milton Obote, was a good supporter. I love Biafrans. Nyerere, my man, the mentor I follow, and whom Professor PLO here follows, loved Biafra. Kaunda, who went away a few days ago, loves Biafra. They were the first people who stood up and said, recognize Biafra. My father took me to that conference when I was a younger man and said, come to Kampala while you stay at your uncle's place in a place called Naguru, while we go for the conference in Speak Hotel. And I kept on saying, what is this problem that my father wants me to see? I did not know he was telling me, you will one day stand up for 6 good years, free, voluntarily, defend what my father started together with others. I call upon Simon, you have 35 minutes, take it away to 45 minutes. Bring us to perspective. Welcome, Simon, on board. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Matsanga, for this wonderful opportunity given to me today to be part of this conference. I greet you. I thank you for setting up this particular conference where we will discuss issues affecting Africa as a whole. I also thank Professor LUMUMBA for always being there for Africa as a Pan-African. I also thank him for the fact that he is now speaking the same language with us, and I really appreciate him for that. Also, welcome our viewers. Professor LUMUMBA has said a lot of things that I wanted to point out, and on that note, it is going to be a lesser problem for me. Professor LUMUMBA have pointed out a lot of things, including why have we ever wondered why the leaders in Africa are always going to some place to pay homage and get directive from them. Of course, this same question he has answered. I will also address it from my own perspective and from my own context. What is the problem of Africa? The topic today, as you said, is EU deployment in Africa, conflict zone for political stability or for their own economic stability. First of all, the problem with Africa, especially the African leaders and Africans, is that when we take one step forward, we take 10 steps backward. What do I mean by this? I mean that when Africa take one step forward, they take 10 steps backward. We remember the history of Kenya, the history of Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta's father, when he was being persecuted for fighting for freedom of his people, Biafrans, and a Biafran leader in the name of Dr. NNAMDI gave him protection in Biafra land. we Biafra people, we stand very tall to protect the father of Uhuru Kenyatta, the president of Kenya today. That was a step forward. That was a step forward to serve humanity, respect for freedom, respect for self-determination. That was so many years ago. Today, in 2020, in 2021, Uhuru Kenyatta has paid that same Biafra with 20 steps backward. That is what I can say is the problem of Africa. Our leader, the leader of indigenous people of Biafra, were abducted in Kenya by the Nigerian government, kidnapped, taken to a private apartment in Kenya with the help of the Kenya authorities, police. Instead of Uhuru Kenyatta to offer something that Biafra people offered to his father, he betrayed Biafra. That is 20 steps backward. And I am calling on Kenyans today to know this fact before I go forward into making my presentation, that we are demanding Kenya to step up and make sure that our leader who was abducted in Kenya will be repatriated back to Kenya or where he come from. It is a breach of Kenya law. It is a breach of Kenya constitution. It was a breach of Kenya sovereignty, and the Kenya people must not allow this to happen, and they must not keep quiet. Nigeria cannot come into Kenya and abduct somebody from a different country and you are all keeping quiet. So I'm calling on Uhuru Kenyatta to remember that Biafra people that he allowed Nigeria to kidnap today, we also offer the same help to his father. And as a result of the help we offer to his father, that is the reason why Kenya is as it is today. Kenya were able to be a better country today because of the selfless service, because of the sacrifice of the Uhuru Kenyatta's father, of which NNAMDI, a Biafran, and Biafra people were part and parcel of that sacrifice. Now, going further, whether this European invasion or presence in Africa is for us, is for Africa people, I will want to say this. I also thank Professor Lumumba for the fact that he acknowledged and agreed that in Africa, especially in Nigeria, we have a dangerous diversity that must be dismantled for us to move forward and progress. Some of you do not understand how life works. For us to have a better life, for us to have a better and secure society, we need to undergo a very rigorous and tough process. Very tough process. I want to tell you that for a diamond to be formed, it has to undergo about 2000 to 2002 degree of heat, of temperature, to be able to form and become diamond. This is also a principle of life. For the world today, let me tell you one thing. The life we live in today, this global village, the Western world, the America, the Asia, that everybody is enjoying today, had undergone over 2000 degrees of temperature to become what it is. The European that are sending or deploying some troop in Africa for stability has also undergone 2000 degrees of heat to be able to become stable, to have the opportunity and the possibility to begin to send troops to Africa. How were they able to become this stable? They undergo wars. They went through wars. Wars. Let me now give a little bit illustration to this. For example, somebody who were giving birth in 1900, if you are giving birth in 1900, the process of the world becoming a diamond started in 1914. The World War First begins in 1914. So if you are born, or if you were born in 1900, at age of 14, you already witnessed the First World War. As the world continued to undergo the process of this 2,200 degrees to become diamonds, when you become the age of 18, over 22 million people were dead as a result of the First World War. As time goes by, shortly after that, you had what we call the Spanish pandemic. The Spanish pandemic killed over 50 million people. This same corona you see today, we have had it. All these things are part of design. For the world and the global and as the Nazi came to power in the West, were slaughtered. We later shape in the World War II. Over 6 is or World War III that led to the creation of United Nations. The Vietnam War began. They fought Vietnam War until you are like 75 years old. Why am I saying this? Because if you were born in 1980 something, 1985 to 1995, you will not understand the history, how this world has undergone all manner of degree of temperature to be able to shape it the way it is today. As the world were undergoing this degree of temperature, it did not affect Africa. During the World War, it did not affect Africa. Africa was on their own. Most of them didn't see bomb. Like Hiroshima, they did not see bomb being thrown on Africa's soil. So, in 2020, you sit in your comfort zone and you say, we must not agitate for freedom of our people. In 2021, you say, we must all sit down and see Africa being destroyed. In 2021, we have seen opportunity how to reshaping Africa, how to restructure Africa, how to make Africa one of the best continents in the world. And for Africa to become one of the best in the world, it has to undergo a process. For those who are using South Sudan as example, that when Nigeria is divided, you are going to have crisis. For those who are using those countries like South Sudan to say, if you get Biafra, you are going to have crisis. Let me tell you, as you continue to allow the West to control you, claiming that in diversity, you are going to be better. Let me tell you this. If you continue to allow Africa to remain the way it is, you are only compiling the problem. It is mental torture. Mental torture. Because what is happening in South Sudan today shouldn't have happened if the freedom were given to them 30 years ago, when the war started in Sudan. The problem you have in South Sudan today, you are not going to have it. But because of the mental torture the Southern Sudanese went through for 30 good years involved in battlefield. It was as a result of mental torture. And it is going to take a while for Southern Sudan to come back to normal and become the best. And you see them attaining their best and best potential. Biafra fought a war with Nigeria. We were able to hold Nigeria for 3 good years. Biafra were recognized by many countries in Africa and other parts of the world. Today, we have come to say, because of the impunity in Nigeria, because of the dangerous diversity in Nigeria, because we want the best for Africa, we say we want the freedom of Biafra from Nigeria. And the more you delay this freedom of Biafra people, the more you subject Biafrans to mental slavery, mental torture, physical torture, that will also affect their mental reasoning, their brains, just the way the South Sudan are going, what they are going through today. The only difference why Biafra can never be the same thing with South Sudan is because Biafrans are more civil. We are scattered all over the world. We have governed ourselves before South Sudan. We have tested the sovereign state between 1967 to 1970. We have been able to govern ourselves during the Eastern region, and we are going to do it again, and we are going to do better. So what am I trying to say? What I'm trying to say is that Africa needs to disintegrate to enable it have a very formidable force and unity. Before you talk about solving the crisis that made the Europeans to deploy troops to Africa, you need to know what is the root cause of this crisis. What is the root cause of the crisis? What is the root cause of the wars in Africa? The cause of the crisis in Africa is as a result of dangerous diversity. Every place you see conflict today in Africa is as a result of diversity. Cultural differences, religious differences, political differences, different political opinions, which are very dangerous as a result of many years of subjugation and slavery. So what I'm saying now is that the more you delay disintegration of Africa, which will start from Nigeria, the more doom that is going to befall Africa. What we are doing now is to save the future. We may not be the one to enjoy whatever we are fighting for today, but we are fighting for future generation of Africa. But if you continue to delay the disintegration of Africa, just like the European Union have it, you are subjecting people to mental torture, which will have a side effect, which will come with consequences. The consequences of such can be seen in South Sudan. South Sudan is a very good example, is a very good case study. Had it been that the United Nations came to the rescue of South Sudan like 30 years ago, you will not have the conflict you have in South Sudan today. But because they allow them to continue to have the mental torture for over 30 years, how do you think you are going to be in war, fighting war for 30 years and you are going to remain the same? You can never remain the same. And the people who are going to enjoy South Sudan will be the generation to come. This generation of South Sudan will continue to pay the price of long subjugation, of long slavery, of long mental torture, which the world subjected them to. We do not want to undergo the same process with South Sudan. That is why if you love Africa, you must rise up today to agree and identify the fact that Nigeria needs to be disintegrated, and other African countries that feel that they are not the same need to be disintegrated for a better Africa to emerge. Today, we see troops from France. Why are the France or French people sending troops to Africa? Why are there the conflict there in Africa? Because of diversity. This diversity must be disintegrated in order for peace to return to Africa. When we divide Africa along tribal line, when we divide these countries along tribal line, French will not have no reason to send troops. But the more you delay this disintegration of Africa, the more you delay the disintegration of Nigeria, the more you are subjecting the people to mental slavery and mental torture. The more you are creating room for crisis when they eventually emerge. Let me also tell you, the top 5 countries that have their independence. I want you to show me where a country called Palau. Palau is an independent country. They have population of about 21,500 people. Are you aware of that? A country called Palau. Palau got independence in 1994. They had about 2,100 people as a population. Do you see any crisis there? The answer is no. It is not a matter of population. It is not a matter of size. But I'm telling you today that Palau as a country, independent state, they got their independence in 1994, and there are just 21,000 people in that country. Do you also know about East Timor? East Timor got its independence in the year 2002. Why? Even though there may be some kind of disagreement there as a part of society, but it is not the kind of disagreement, it is not the kind of crisis you have in a very dangerous country where you have dangerous diversity like Nigeria. You also may have heard about Montenegro and Serbia. Montenegro and Serbia got their independence in 2006. Do you see any crisis killing like in South Sudan? The answer is no. So the question is why? Why are they not killing in Montenegro? Why are there not killings in Serbia? Why are there not crises like in these places like in South Sudan? Because South Sudan in Africa has been subjugated to mental torture for 30 good years of war. Why would the UN allow South Sudan to fight a very bloody war for 30 good years? It has affected their mental capacity, and they are no longer normal. So the people who are going to enjoy South Sudan will be the generation that is coming. And by then, you are going to use South Sudan as a case study of countries that have worked and progressed. Another country is Kosovo. Kosovo got independence in 2008. Do you have in Kosovo the kind of crisis you have in South Sudan? The answer is no. Why South Sudan got its independence in 2011? 2011. From 2011 to now, you are using South Sudan as a case study why you cannot support Biafra. It is very absurd. So what we are saying is we need to copy. We need to copy. Copy is allowed. Look at how Europeans were able to disintegrate their country along tribal line. Biafra, Oduduwa, Amazonia, and all this country must be allowed to go their separate way. To give the opportunity to develop according to how they want to develop their country. We talk about our leaders going to pay homage to other leaders of the world. It is because of inferiority complex. Because of inferiority complex, because of greed, because of ignorance. Ignorance ignorant in the sense that, tell me if during the 1960s or before 1960s, Uhuru Kenyatta father will come to Biafra for refuge. And the Biafra people granted him protection. We gave him food. In Enugu State today, in Enugu State, in Biafra land, we even named the street before Kenyatta, Uhuru Kenyatta's father. Our territory, our street were named after Uhuru Kenyatta for fighting for the freedom of his people. But what are we getting today in return? We are getting backstabbing and betrayal from the same man we helped his father. Had it been that Uhuru Kenyatta's father did not come to Biafra, who would know his fate today? Who would know what will become of this current Kenya president today? Nobody knows. I have not come to this conference to insult him. But this is the part of problem of Africa. Betrayal, betrayal, betrayal. When we are talking of how to develop Africa, how to be on top of this game in global village, globally, we see people who are educated, who knows laws, who knows treaties, who understand what diplomacy means. They are breaching it, betraying their own people with impunity. We saw Uhuru Kenyatta in London. The Kenya have come to give a statement denying their involvement. But the question is, were MAZI NNAMDI KANU actually in Kenya? The answer is yes. This is part of the problem of Africa. We need to begin to understand that a disintegrated Africa will favor every one of us. We need to understand that as France and the French people are sending troops to Africa, they are sending troops to Africa because they are comfortable in their own country. The question is, what makes French so comfortable in their own country? Is because they have one language, they have one cultural value, they understand each other, they know that dividing along tribal line will keep them on top of the world. They know that the system of government the European Union have adopted will continue to keep them on top of everybody. We also want to enjoy the democracy. We want to enjoy a good society. We want to live like them because Africa is where you get all the natural and mineral resources that you see today that Europeans, America, Asians are using to develop their own country. Professor Lumumba made a very important pronouncement, very important references on this conference today. And I agree with most of the things, if not all. The question now is, how do we solve this problem? How do we solve this problem? We will solve this problem by confronting our problem in Africa. We cannot solve this problem by shying away. When we see the problem confronting us, standing right before us, we need to confront it and solve it. How do we confront this problem? Everybody must start to speak and understand that the liberation of Africa starts from Nigeria. The liberation of Africa starts from Nigeria. The end of insurgency in Africa starts from Nigeria. Africa needs a country that will become a role model to other countries in Africa. As it stands today, like Professor Lumumba said, the leaders of Africa have failed. There are few leaders who can do and still stand on their word. But many of these African leaders have failed, and they will continue to fail. There is only one opportunity, only one possibility to solve it, is by looking into the Africa's most populous country, Nigeria. Nigeria that sponsors terrorists, Nigeria that sponsors terrorism, Nigeria that sponsors extraordinary rendition, Nigeria that sponsors kidnapping, Nigeria that go into another man's country to kidnap and repatriate a suspect. How do you think that Nigeria and Africa is going to be better? When you see one another betraying one, when you see one country betraying another, breaching their other country's law with impunity. How can you have a better Africa when Uhuru Kenyatta is the chairman of African Union or something, and you see another African country coming inside his own country to have somebody kidnapped? And today, nobody is talking about it. How can you have a better country? How can you have a better continent? How can you have a better Africa with that kind of mentality? Everybody have suddenly realized that Gaddafi was doing a good job. Because of the absence of Gaddafi today, you were able to know that Gaddafi was the man that has been doing a good job. It was because of the fall of Libya that the crisis, arms and ammunition spread all over Africa. Who brought those arms to Libya? Who brought those arms to Libya? It was Obama. Where is Obama? Where is Obama from? Obama's father is from Kenya. Kenya. And Obama sponsored rebels in Libya against a city president called Gaddafi. They pumped arms and ammunition into Libya rebels in Africa to destabilize the North Africa. Today, we are seeing the consequences of what Obama did in Libya. There is now free arm movement in entire Africa. Boko Haram, ISWAP, ISIS, Al-Shabaab, Al-Qaeda, all of them using American weapons that was shipped to Libya to overthrow Gaddafi. Now, which one is better? Is it that Gaddafi could have been allowed to live and continue his evil, if there is any evil at all? Or would you now look back to the days of Gaddafi and say, you are now proud Africa for supporting the invasion of Libya? When Gaddafi was killed, the same African leaders was the one who sold and betrayed Gaddafi. All these African leaders, African president, they supported the American invasion in Libya. And that is exactly what Lumumba has pointed out. They take instructions from other countries. It is very, very worrisome and very absurd if we continue to allow these ignorant, incompetent leaders in Africa to continue. We have the possibility, we have the opportunity, we are in a better position as people of the modern age to tell how we want Africa to be. And we have come to realize that the problem of Africa is because we did not divide along tribal line. The countries of Africa will undergo a process that will now reshaping Africa. And that process has started in Nigeria. The process is not going to be very easy. We want to have a referendum in Nigeria to enable us set the ground for a better Africa. But like everybody knows, they say you cannot get freedom by peaceful means. You cannot get freedom by peaceful means. But there are countries who have conducted referendum and they have their independence. I am calling on all leaders today in Africa to remember that if you turn your back on Nigeria, if you turn your back and close your back on Nigeria, if you say it is not your business, let me tell you, the time is coming when it is going to be your business. By the time the terrorists take over Nigeria, it will become your business. By then, you would be saying, had I known, I would have supported Biafra people. Let me tell you, Nigerians will invade your country for asylum. Nigerians will invade your country for asylum. And after they deal with Nigeria, capture Nigeria, which is, by the way, at this point, the most populous African country, do you think that your country of 4 million, do you think that your country of 5 million, do you think that your country of 20 million will not be run over by the terrorists from Nigeria? If that is what you are thinking, think again after this conference today. If terrorists can run over 200 million in Nigeria, what is your country? What is your capacity? What is your military strength? If the terrorists being sponsored by Nigerian government can hold Cameroon, Chad, Niger, Niger Republic, and Nigeria to ransom, what makes you think that your country will not be invaded and attacked in due time? What you do to Nigeria today, as you are talking on behalf of Biafrans, you are also saving the future of your own country. If you refuse to do that, the time is coming when the terrorists that are terrorizing Nigeria today will remember your country and they will remember your region. And when that time comes, you must have missed the opportunity. Opportunity you should have used to support Biafrans, to support Biafra independence, so that by the time Nigeria disintegrates, you are going to have Oduduwa nation, which will have military power. You are going to have Biafra nation, which is going to have their own military strength. You are going to have the middle belt, which is going to have their own military strength. And without infiltration of the terrorists, without being compromised, we will rise up together and fight terrorists and chase them away from the region of Sahel. When we succeed in doing that, we have made Africa a safer place for everybody. Do not think that today, because of Nigeria predicament, it is not your business. We have Al-Shabaab in Kenya. Al-Shabaab is very active in Kenya, although they are not as active as the terrorists in Sahel. But I'm telling you to think about it. By the time Boko Haram join forces with Al-Shabaab in Kenya, they will run over you people in a couple of months. By the time they found safe haven in Nigeria, make Nigeria the safe haven, put their hand in our oil money, in our natural resources. They're already mining gold and other mineral resources in Nigeria. By the time they find safe haven in Nigeria, they are going to join hand with Al-Shabaab. And once they join hand with Al-Shabaab, I want to know how many population do you have in Kenya? It will not take them long to run over you. How many population do you have in Mozambique? It will not take them long to run over you. This is a long-term planning that we all must rise up. As you are solving Biafra problem, you are solving your future problem. Don't say that Nigeria problem does not concern you. So long as you are an African, Nigeria problem is your problem. So long as you find yourself in Africa soil, Nigeria problem is your problem. We have also had the United Nations, the United States Intelligence Agency reporting that the terrorists were trying to work together in Nigeria. That was 2 years ago. Today, ISWAP has joined forces with Boko Haram. Today, they have elected governor in Borno State in the northeast of Nigeria. Today, they have their own government within government. So if you think that this is not your problem, it is your problem. Professor Lumumba, I must commend you. We want to see more of you, Professor Lumumba, because you are one of the respected person in Africa. You have been the one talking and preaching to government officials in Africa. We want to see more of you because your word is taken very, very seriously in Africa. So, Professor Lumumba, this job of educating African leaders, it is not we cannot just only focus on telling them corruption. We have to also focus on enlightening them, telling them why the corruption has persisted. The corruption has persisted means because the people, the structure of countries in Africa, they are fraudulent structure. And you cannot build a better society in a fraudulent foundation. You can't stop. You cannot stop corruption in Africa when the foundation is faulty. So let us leave corruption and focus on the problem that is bringing and aiding and abetting corruption activity in Africa, which is that the structure and the foundation is faulty. And we need to go back to drawing board. We need to go back to the European structure where they divide along tribal line. You think in those days that the crisis you are having in Africa today, you did not witness them in Europe? The crises are there in Yugoslavia, in Russia, in Czechoslovakia. All these places witnessed this crisis. What gave birth to this crisis was the diversity. It could not work. European Union decided to divide along tribal line to avoid any kind of political turmoil. Today they are progressing along tribal line. So my brother, my professor, my learned brother and friend, Professor Lumumba, let us focus on telling Africa where the problem started, how it could be solved. The corruption can never end in Africa if you did not address it from the fundamental and from the foundation, which is the foundation and the structure of each country in Africa. We need to begin to look inward, divide ourselves along tribal line, and we are going to start from Nigeria. Thank you very much for having me today, and let me know if I'm going to make a different presentation in the afternoon of this program. Thank you, Professor Lumumba. Thank you, viewers, other panelists. Thank you, Dr. Matsanga, for having me, and I rest my case here.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Simon. Before you go, I want to take this opportunity to tell the world that I thank you very much for agreeing to take part in this conference. And don't give up all the time. You are giving another speech this afternoon after His Excellency President, former President of Mozambique, Chisano, has given us a few remarks. So don't give up. We shall return here about 3 p.m. No, not return. We are not breaking now. We have a lady coming. You notice that, Simon, you have made a few serious points. I don't want people to lose sight of what you have done, you have said. The first point you have made is the collapse of Nigeria means chaos for Africa. Very serious. If Nigeria collapses, imagine how many terrorists we shall have for Boko Haram coming to our doorsteps. Isn't it true? He has made that point. I agree with you on that. Already, Turkey has divided Africa. It has sent troops to Libya, dividing Libya into two parts between France and Turkey. You have a point there, my brother. Look at the number of terrorists that are flowing through to Chad, going to kill Idris. Look at the number of terrorists that are flowing through Egypt to Tigray, dismembering Ethiopia. Another point I want to make as you go, before you leave. Yes, I am one of the few people who has stood up against Buhari. And I will not leave it now not to say something about Buhari before you leave. I'm not worried. I am 65 years old. Buhari should be 80 or 85, I don't know. Is he 85? He should be gone. 70. You see, he's a general, I'm also a soldier. He can threaten civilians. Buhari and Nigeria, you Biafrans, listen first. Buhari is a very dangerous man. He abducts people. He abducts people. In 1984, he tried to abduct Umar Diko. Umar Diko was found in a coffin in Stansted Airport by the British MI5, MI6, and the Metropolitan Police.
Oh. 78 months.
When you are dealing with Buhari, that is his landmark. That is his trade. Buhari trade is to kill, to kidnap. He can kidnap. I have seen a lot of, it could have been in any country. Simon, I want to make this clear. It could have been in any country. Because Buhari seemed to have been following Mr. NNAMDI Khan from London. We seem to be checking, we might be pointing fingers elsewhere. But I want to advise you, Biafrans, to start searching your souls to find out the people Buhari uses to monitor your leaders. I'm telling you today, I have been in a struggle, a NNAMDI struggle, worse than NNAMDI KANU's for 36 years. I've been having running battles with President Museveni of Uganda. We never saw each other eye to eye. Even when he comes to Nairobi, those days I used to fly out. If he comes to London, I used to make 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 Ugandans to crowd the hotel. And he could be taken by helicopter from Hilton Hotel. This is the Matsanga who used to do it. And I kept my faith. I was always ahead of an enemy. And I want to tell you, Simon, today, be ahead of this enemy, Buhari. As an elder, I'm giving you advice. Always be ahead. All leaders of IPOB, be ahead. You might condemn people who are your friends for nothing. But to be ahead, know that the man you have as a president is a kidnapper. KANU could have been kidnapped anywhere in Tanzania, in Cameroon, in Addis Ababa, because Buhari monitored KANU from London where he was staying or wherever he was staying. None of us knew where he was. Only Buhari knew his movements. So don't finish anger and destroy anger on other people when the biggest problem in the house is your man called Buhari. Why is he not telling the world how he was able to steal a person? Why do you turn it on innocent people? We are now also, some of us are asking very seriously questions to the world. And we are not keeping quiet. The British government must come out and tell the world one of their nationals is lying in a prison, communicado, under the hands of the flying killer men, sitting on his body without any prosecution, without being brought out of the court to the court. That's my position. Don't condemn everybody. Don't. People must use the language which has decorum to persuade people to continue to talk about the release of Nnamdi Kanu, to give him a fair trial. And we are not going to sit here like children all the time. Condemnation. Condemnation must go to the man himself. He's in London hospital, he'll be there. Organize a demonstration for him to be taken out of the hospital, to be treated in a bunker somewhere. That's the guy. That's the master. You don't play for the second fiddle. Play for the master. The master of this whole exercise is the government of Nigeria. The plane could have landed in Zanzibar. Still, he had a plan to take Nnamdi Kanu. Yes. Yes. Every day you speak, you talk, you insult people. But I want you to take leave. See who is the main problem here. The main perpetrator is Buhari. And earlier you pointed these mistakes to the British government. Who are those in the British Nigerian High Commission in London who are not working as diplomats? but they are working as espionage agents. Hello? Simon, you hear me today?
Yeah, you, Matsanga. Thank you very much.
You hear me today? NNAMDI KANU has not fought for 36 years. I've fought a government of Uganda for 36 years. You must always be ahead of them, not them to be ahead of you. For all leaders of IPOB, listen to my lips today. Don't move carelessly. Don't. I don't want to say many things here. Because after all this, I went back to find what is not supposed to be done. Never, never. And I regret. I should not have, had I known, I should not have done that interview. I would have helped. Next time, those who are near IPOB, listen to me. The people of Biafra look at you. Some of us who are friends of Biafra want you to succeed. I've told you my father was a negotiator. Where were you? My father negotiated my president, whom I serve and whom I served, whom I left Uganda when I was serving. He's dead, but I still honor him. I've never changed sides. Look at me. Look at me, God. Look at me, wherever he is. Obote is happy that I'm speaking the English he taught me. Yes, that I'm speaking the Pan-Africanism that he told me I should stand firm and speak. But I'm always ahead. That's it. Thank you, Simon. The factor of Turkey. Turkey has become another neo-colonial state on African continent. Turkey has become a new colonizer. Turkey is sponsoring terrorists to dismember Africa. Turkey has become a bad state. It has killed Libya. Yes, under the auspices of European Union, isn't it? Under the auspices of European Union. I want you to listen to my paper this afternoon. I've not given my paper. Whatever I'm talking is coming from my political science and international relations knowledge, which I have, which I can talk without any paper on me. But I'm bringing a paper this afternoon. The departure of Americans from Afghanistan means trouble. Why Mozambique is in chaos? Narcotics. Woohoo! Narcotics. Why are we hiding? Simon, I thank you very much. I agree with you with that point, that if Nigeria collapses and there is no Biafra to help us, terrorists will swamp our cities and kill us. The African Union is also captured by another man, a Fulani from Chad. That's why he doesn't talk about Nigeria. He's a Fulani from Chad called Muhammad Faki. He just springs up and goes and brings Israel to divide Africa. Have you seen that? Didn't I predict to you that the African Union will divide in two parts? Simon, didn't I say that? Is African Union together today? We have Algeria leading over 34 countries who are not happy with African Union. And I told you I would set the fire. I will set the fire. I've set the fire. PLO LUMUMBA is here. He can talk. He doesn't set the fire. I have set the fire. There is no African Union. African Union is captured by France. Our chairman of African Union is more visible in Paris than he is visible in Addis Ababa. Shame, 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 Africa. With those words, I want now to call upon my sister from Lusaka, Zambia. My sister from Lusaka, Zambia. I have set the stage for you, sir. Madam.
Thank you very much.
Ladies, hold on. Ladies and gentlemen, you notice that men only have been speaking this morning. Let this lady give us lunch time so that she gives us saliva enough to go and eat our food during lunch. Madam, serve us the lunch menu. My sister Mutinta, Mutanti, Sowe from Zambia, which is having elections near Mozambique, near Zimbabwe, that they have wanted to kill. They have wanted to kill Zimbabwe. We stood for Zimbabwe. Hallelujah, Matsanga stood for Zimbabwe. Today, Mnangagwa is leading it the right direction. Yes, what I struggled for, I got it. I did not want Mugabe to be killed by imperialists. I wanted Mugabe to die his own death, and I won. There was no violent regime change from Tony Blair. No, that's a plus for me. The war in Uganda stopped. Yes, that's a plus for me. It's a legacy. What else do you want me to do? President Museveni is getting more votes in northern Uganda because this mouth here went to speak to a rebel who had killed 1 million people to stop killing and sign documents. The 5 agenda that was signed, Dr. Oriem is there, he's a Ugandan. Peace returned, even when the rebel did not sign, but my paper and my signature gave peace to northern Uganda. Hallelujah. Yes. Tell me. You think you haven't seen my other side, PLO. PLO can have the English, but I have the experience. He's a lawyer in English. I have the experience in political science. And you never lie me about international bad relations. If your student is running international relations, your child will tear the report. There is nothing like international relations. Thank you very much. Thank you, my people of Biafra. I now call upon Zambia. Zambia, Mutinta Masowe. You are welcome. Next, after Zambia, starting after lunch, which will be 2 o'clock. We shall take a break and come back at 2 o'clock sharp. Will be Dr. Will be my dear brother David Kusowe, then followed by Juliet Mahapira, then followed by Dr. Nyachama coming in down there. Then we go to Uganda. There is a gentleman who has requested to speak. He follows, we shall tell you. But those people, prepare your papers for Africa. Then followed by a lady from Khartoum, the woman who stood on top of the tank. Ha! Today the show is very interesting. And then there will be a keynote speech. Then Simon, after that keynote speech, you coming from Mozambique. We shall tell you from Mozambique, from the office, from Chisano. Why Mozambique is going down? Perhaps you'll tell us. Mutita, take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Looking at the topic at hand, which is EU deployment in African conflict zones for political stability or for their own economic stability. Firstly, I would love to talk about a story that my father always just tells us as siblings in our house. My father always says to us, he tells us to say, you can only defend yourselves if you stick together. You can only defend yourselves if you don't take out your conflicts from within the household outside. Because once you take out that conflict and the disagreements that you have amongst yourself as siblings, an enemy from outside will be able to will be able to come in and they will use that against you. So make sure you manage to sort out conflict within the household. Similarly to what is happening right now in Africa in relation to the topic that we are discussing today. Of course, when you look at conflict is as a result of a misunderstanding between two or more people. So in this case, the misunderstanding can come as a result of either maybe political, social, economical, spiritual. It can be in different ways on how conflicts can come in. So in this case, we look at the topic at hand on the AU, how it's kind of taking advantage of whatever conflict that we have in Africa to come in and make their economy to become stronger. So these are the things that we need to speak and we need to look at. And we need to make sure that once we look at these, the reasons why we have conflict, we can be able to sort it out in-house. It's an in-house issue. But then we have all these problems coming in because we have different people within our circles that manage to take everything that we as Africans face outside. I can give an example of the media. The media is recognized as a fourth estate of power. A fourth estate of power in that it educates and it informs. So in this case, we look at the media to have the upper hand to either make or destroy our continent as Africans. Because when you go outside, I have managed to speak to maybe Americans and the British people, some friends there. You ask them about Africa, they will tell you exactly what is portrayed in the media. They will say Africa is a country where we have only shepherds, we have only like the people who are pastoralists and people who are just agriculturists, that's all. And educated people from what the media portrays. So these are the things that we find that are making us as Africans to be weak because of what the media portrays to us. So if we have institutions out there, media institutions that are well trained, that know exactly why they are there, they will really do us as Africans a lot of good. Because it's not like they will be selling us out, but then they will be trying by all means to make sure that they actually they make sure that they make us as Africans to also, they show the strength of Africa, not every time showing that Africa is a place where we find only people who have HIV and AIDS doing all these things. So we need positive energy every time in the media cycles. Secondly, we need to look at, if it's political, we need an inclusive political system where we find inclusion, where we find every person, despite of their physical makeup, they are able to contribute to the national development. Every time I speak of inclusion, I always emphasize women, because in Africa here, we have the traditions that have not really been let go to say that women belong in the kitchen. Women are kind of leaders. But for me, I always speak that Africa, what Africa really needs right now, for it to be maintained, for it to be called a motherland again, for it to have a strong system, strong economic system, and strong political system, free from conflicts. Definitely, we will find that we need women to take part in leadership spaces as well. We don't need to just limit our women to belong in the kitchen, to do this, this, and that, to please their men, but we need women of action to take part in the development of Africa as a whole. Thirdly, I also want to talk about improving the innovations and research. We find that mostly the people in the diaspora go there to learn, for instance, scholarships and everything. Once they have gotten their training, they have gotten their papers, instead of them coming back home to come and improve their countries, for instance, they end up staying there and will start working there. You can't blame them, but then they are looking at surviving. So in this case, I think we need leaders to make sure that they improve the African countries, instead of going out there, investing out there, and they leave Africa. Because once we don't have competent expertise of people here to work as doctors, to work as engineers, to work as researchers, we will find that we have difficulties to maintain our either health system, economic system, to maintain our standards as Africa. So instead of you getting treatment from here, you like the doc was saying right now, he mentioned about somebody being in Europe getting treatment there. How do you go out there as a leader to go and access Wi-Fi in Europe? As a leader, you go and get treatment from outside. It doesn't make sense. Instead of you going out there, make sure that you clean your own house, first of all. Make sure that the people you are leading have enough services that are not just enough, but then have competent people around and also good services. Because when they chose you as a representative, there was a manifesto as a leader that you posed, and once they listened to it, they trusted, but then they were just full fake promises and all that. So what we need right now is we need our leaders that we need is for the Africa to be improved are those people that despite any circumstance will stay in their country and make sure that they make their country better. So those are the things that we need to support research. We looked at the Madagascar issue. It just died out like that. But nobody can come and challenge us to tell us that that was just a rumor. It wasn't something that was going to, that was trustworthy. It was something for it to go public. Definitely, they say there's no smoke without fire. So definitely, we need to support our own research. We need to support, like they say, any medication, of course. It comes from nature. And long time ago, our forefathers in Africa used to survive from nature. They used to get the herbs to make medication. They used to, of course, there was no electricity. There was nothing literally. But then how did our forefathers used to survive? Definitely, if we need to just go back to our roots, definitely we can say that every solution, every problem that we have right now, the solution is going back to our roots, our culture. So like they say, a country that doesn't have its own identity is a failed country or it's a failed nation. A continent that lacks identity is a failed continent. Definitely, that's what we are seeing right now in Africa, because looking at the security system is quite very bad. We are failing to protect our own people. We are failing to protect our own borders right now. People come in and go as they please because they know that Africa is a place where they fix rules and then they break them at any point when they want to. So long you just show them either funds or paper, or you give them anything, they'll just take it like that. So we need a place where we know our identity. We know, in terms of succession disputes, we need to have a country that is organized, proper structure systems that we need as Africans right now. And before ushering any leader into power right now, what we need as Africans, we need to scrutinize our leaders, first of all, before taking them, giving them that responsibility to lead our countries. And also we need our leaders to notice and realize their worth. I heard of a speaker earlier mentioned about Africans being called to go to different Western or maybe European countries to go for summits. That really raised a question. Of course, I think a lot of you noticed when there was a summit, whereby if it's an American leader speaking or European leader speaking, we'll have a lot of leaders coming in plenaries to listen to that leader. But then when it's an African country leader speaking, we'll have literally maybe just 4 or 5 people. Is that really a worth of saying that leaders want, outside leaders want to listen to us as Africans? They don't really want to hear anything because they know they are in control. They know they're the ones that we would just like to listen to. For me, if somebody tells us to say, I think when we are colonized, I think we have gotten our freedom, I actually say that I think this is now modern slavery, or rather modern colonization, because in as much as we pretend to be free, we are not yet free. We still are in the clutches of the colonizer. So what we need right now as Africans is to realize, to make our leaders realize their worth. Once they go to speak, I really get, I don't know about other people, but for me, I really get inspired by Rwandan president. They call him all sorts of them, but for me, I look at him as a leader that speaks and not a sellout. So what we need as Africans right now, every leader out there needs to stand in firmly and not subject their citizens to either racism in their own motherland, getting to be discriminated and being called all sorts of names. And coming to the fact that we send our children to go in the diaspora to go and learn, we can't blame them, but then we need to realize to say, once they go out there, most of the Black people out there, they are suffering and they're being subjected to racism as well. But then, as leaders, once we usher in the leaders into power, we need to realize, to say that once we send our kids, or rather our children, to go and study in the diaspora, very, very few leaders will stand against racism there. They'll think it's normal because white supremacy has actually taken over. So what we need to do is we need to make sure that our own countries, as African countries, should be well equipped with necessary skills, necessary services, that our children don't go out. They have a choice to stay in their own country. They don't go out there in other countries to go and either to go and rather get the services because they have no choice. At least we need to give them an option. I'll give an example as a parent. In the house, if there is no food, in the house, if there is no television for children to, for the children to actually watch TV or eat, they will go and, despite of them being treated badly, they'll go to the neighbor's house to go and access those services that they are lacking in their own homes. So no matter how, as a parent, you manage to tell a child to say, don't go to that place because this, and they will not understand, because their mindset, they've already told themselves to say, this is what I want. So the only thing that you need as a parent, you need to do is make your own home at least to have better services for your children to sit. So in this case, what we want is we want our own African leaders to make our own countries more friendly, we need our countries also to have expertise, professional expertise, and we need our African countries also to be friendly for our generation to come. Instead of them going out, we need them to stay here and make sure that they better the countries. So just maybe a recommendation, what we want is, we want the African Union to be great again by making sure that the system is perfect enough to hold the African countries and keep them safe. I can give an example of what happened in South Africa. In South Africa, we had riots that were there. Of course, the
2 minutes left.
All right. Xenophobia that happened in South Africa. We found that there were peaceful protesters. There were looters, there were rapists, there were murderers, there are all these people, but then the peaceful protesters won't be seen. These looters, the so-called murderers, and they will take advantage of what happens. Similarly to the African Union and the EU, we have this AU who are actually the peaceful protesters, for instance, like they say, and we have the EU who are these people that are coming in. So if we want to answer this question, we will just say that the AU is actually just taking advantage of the opportunity that they've seen. And then the most of the biggest problems is African leaders, us as leaders, as just citizens of rather people, African incumbents, or rather we can say also even our leaders. So we cannot blame the EU to say that the reason why we have these issues. We will blame ourselves as African people, because we're failing to understand, to say these people, if at all, they've done it before by coming to take our minerals. They've done it before by snitching us, bringing the Bible in front of us, but then behind having a gun. If we keep on trusting somebody that has actually betrayed us before, then definitely we are the biggest problems. So for us to have a brighter nation, we need to make sure that every African is able to understand of what it means. Like Kwame Nkrumah said, I am not African because I was born in Africa, but Africa was born in me. So if we have a leader that understands that code, definitely that one is a leader and a competent one that we need. Otherwise, we keep on talking every time. We're not going to go anywhere. We need to check ourselves. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my sister from Zambia. And I wish you a good election. I believe you are preparing for an election in Zambia. And Zambia is one of my best countries, one of the countries I like on the continent of Africa. I want to thank the people of Zambia for having kept His Excellency Dr. Milton Obote until the time of his death. He was my president that I worked for. I fully support it today. Even if he's gone away, it's where I got that spirit in me. I am an African, but Africa is in me from Obote. I thank the people of Zambia for having kept him in Kabulongwa 47, the road, the number of the house. Several times I went there. I thank you very much, you people of Zambia. I thank the President, the late Mwanawasa, President Kaunda, the current president, and all the people, including the one who died, what is his name, who imprisoned Kaunda, Chiruba. You are very good people in Zambia. And you formed part of the nexus that fought for the liberation of Southern Africa. I want to thank you for having kept Emerson Mnangagwa, the president across in Zimbabwe today, and having kept President Robert Mugabe, giving him support to fight the colonialism. Now it is time for me to allow other people. We shall give you 2 minutes each. The people, if you want to speak, I want other people to speak, but 2 minutes each, as we wait for Miriam to come to moderate. Karanja, get yourself on order. Tawish, get yourself in order. And Mr. Tuje, what is the name? Tujedewa, Ntedewa. Get yourself, the name is very complicated. It must be either from Rwanda or Uganda, I don't know. But that's okay. Get yourself ready, Mr. Nix. Get yourself ready, Mr. Chinedu. I start with Chinedu, then I come to Nix. We have seen your phone as Nix. I don't know where you are Nix, what. But yes, Nix, then yes. Chinedu begin first, then Nick second, then Turejeda third, then Aranja, then another gentleman by name Turejedewa, then Mr. Niryoguba from Uganda, and NNAMDI is on the line. Madam Mahapira and Dr. David Usowe. The afternoon is going to be light, very hot. I know London is hot, but where we are is hot. So prepare your speeches, ready to go. Let me hear from Chinedu. What is your position? You have 2 minutes. Chinedu?
Good afternoon, sirs.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I am by name Master Ede Chinedum David. I'm a Nigerian by nationality, but currently based in United Arab Emirates, Dubai, precisely.
Yes.
So I've been actually following your program, and I'm very much elated actually to see young and Pan-Africanists gathered together today to discuss the way forward for Africa.
Yes.
I'm very much impressed. So I just want to give a little brief speech. We've actually known the problem of Africa. We've seen actually what our great-grandfathers had gone through. We've actually now seen what our own father had gone through as well. And we actually want to maintain on that particular spot for us to go through the same thing, for our own future generation to still go the same thing. We've actually had a lot of speeches. We've spoken a lot about this way of liberating Africa. And I think it's a very high time we take a very proactive measure, not just by mere speeches, but by taking a very proactive measure in bringing solutions to Africa. Because if we keep speaking about the way to liberating Africa without taking any proactive measure, I think we are just recycling on a particular circle. Sir, I just want to put it to everyone over there and everyone listening to us. I'm a young Pan-Africanist from Nigeria, and I'm from the eastern part, particularly from Biafra. And there have been a lot of secessionist movements in Nigeria, whereby the Biafrans are saying they want to go. The southwestern extraction are also saying they want to go. So in a situation like this, we don't want to tell ourselves the truth. We don't want to talk about these issues whereby our brothers, our sisters are dying in Africa. We sideline these, we don't want to talk about it. So I just want to put it to everyone there that the white is our problem. We actually know that the colonial masters are a problem, but who are the problems of access to? Because we don't want to actually decolonize ourselves. And you could remember that in a book written by Chancellor Williams, he talked about decolonization, the destruction of African, the destruction of Black civilization. He said a lot of things. He mentioned a lot of things. He applied a lot of things. And first, the whites are very, very thematic. They are very, very professional in destroying people. They are very professional in that. And that's why they had to, decolonize our mind. They had to win our mind. And after they won our mind, they won us. They destroyed us permanently to the extent that we believe that we had no root. We begin to see ourselves as substandard beings. They introduce their own culture and call it Western education. We believe them. We say that we believe that without Western education, without you being Westernized, there is no way for you to succeed. So all these are some of the things we should look deeply. And currently, if you could remember in the history of Nigeria in 1914, whereby the southern and the western extraction, whereby the southern and northern protectorates were amalgamated by Frederick Claude Lugard, the intention of this amalgamation was never done because they loved Africa. These are some of the things we should be looking into deeply, and we should give a very good definition. We should know what we want as Africa. If we do not define exactly what our problem is in Africa, we are just making noise. We should define the real aim of our Africa. We should define our own objective. So I'm going to end here. One thing I would just want to chip in is this. The best thing that will ever happen to Africa is for us to come together as young Pan-Africanists and decide our fate. And you can see that these whites are using this in against us, because a situation whereby a brother fights against brother. Chinua Achebe in his book said that when two brothers fight to death, the stranger inherit their wealth. And that is exactly what is happening to almost all the African countries. If you could look Nigeria, there is no peace in Nigeria. If you look at Congo, there's no peace in Congo. If you look at Sudan, there's no peace in Sudan. If you take a very critical look in other African countries, there is no peace in Africa country. So are we going to be talking about this every time? Since we've known that Africa is actually going down on a daily basis, are we going to be talking about this, or is it not a high time we stood up and say, yes, let's take anything let's do everything that we're going to do to make sure we liberate Africa permanently from any kind of colonialism or neo-colonialism or imperialism. Just like Thomas Sankara stood in the then Upper Volta, now Burkina Faso, and he liberated his people from any form of imperialism.
Thank you very much, Chinedu. You have made your points very clear. The question Chinedu asks the panel and the panelists worldwide watching, what do we want? What do we want for Africa? What do we want for Africa? How can we get it? Every time, every year, we are screaming, we are this, we are that. That's the question lives on the floor for us and anybody coming up. Thank you very much for keeping your 2 minutes. 2 minutes to Mr. Nix. Nick, yes. You tell us where you are.
Yes.
And where you're speaking from, so that the next time we know how to call you to our conference. Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Dr. Matsanga. Can you hear me well?
Very well, boss, and I'm looking at you.
Thank you very much, sir. You've been wonderful, and I have to tell you that I have got the time some time ago to go through your background.
Yes.
And I happen to see that the fight for freedom of people, you didn't start it today like you were saying 30-something years ago, 36 years ago, thereabout. Some of your documentaries that I watched at my own time, I saw that you've done a great job for Africa. I saw one of your interviews here in the UK. Actually, I'm speaking from Birmingham in the United Kingdom. I saw a lot of documentaries you did. Some of the questions you answered were very difficult questions, and the way you reacted to that questions is the face of the president of Rwanda today. That was what I saw in that interview. Having said that, I am a Nigerian and a Biafran by birth and by inclination. Nobody can take it away from me. I was born a Biafran inside Nigeria, Southeast Nigeria. I've followed all the discussions going on and how Africa has been relegated to the last, to the bottom of affairs in the world, and nobody is doing anything about it. Professor Lumumba has been somebody we've been following from childhood, and I'm happy to speak in a place where he is and hearing my voice. So this my question, or rather demand, will go to Professor Lumumba and Dr. Matsanga. I have had MAZI Simon Ekpa speak as well. I'm happy for all his words. But this question goes to both of you, Professor Lumumba and Dr. Matsanga. Please, my question is this. Both of you have got access to some of these African presidents. So I am asking, is it possible that when people like you visit some of them, talk with them as human beings, because they have blood running in their own vein like it does run in our own vein. What do they say? How do they feel when they go to all these meetings and unions where they go to beg for food and they sit in between the European leaders? Most of these European leaders are supposed to be their children by age. And they invite them, these European leaders take the same footstep of their forefathers who have enslaved and have actually used and discriminated our ancestors. They will take the same page of these their forefathers and be giving instruction to these elderly people that are still can still be able to have given birth to people like them twice. How do they feel? What do they tell these people that the way Africa is being managed is not good for the 21st century? For Christ's sake, we have passed the time of centuries where communication and things cannot be done equally. Here now, things can be done with the knowledge that Africans have. We can be able to do the same thing that our age are doing in Western world. Why wouldn't they defend us? Why would they allow our culture and value to be degraded the way it is today? Because for a situation like Biafra, I don't know if Professor LUMUMBA knows that, and Dr. Matsanga knows that Biafra is a people of almost 70 million people by population. 70 million, I didn't say 7 million, 70 million people. And we are scattered all over the world. We are professors, we are engineers, we are doctors, we are businessmen. And in every country where you find us, we are doing absolutely well. In every African country, in the whole African country, if you go to that African country and remove the indigenes of that African country, the next people you will see there are the Biafrans, trading and contributing to the GPD of that very country. I don't know why the world will keep silent and we are being humiliated in Nigeria. Killings are going on in eastern Nigeria every day by day. And these people are trying everything possible to Islamize that country called Nigeria. And the world is keeping silent. Like MAZI Simon has said, it's not pointing accusing finger to the president of Kenya, but rather the president of Kenya, which we have the street in Enugu, which is former capital of East Central State, named after him. And we do have a market in Enugu named after his father as well. These are remembrance. When we were a child, we grew up calling Kenyatta Market, Kenyatta Street, not knowing even who he was or who his father was. But history has come to let us know who it is. We are not accusing him. Nobody is accusing him. But he should come up publicly and make a statement. What happened in Kenya is an atrocity. It is an atrocity. It is a shame before African continent. I know the AU will not talk because they are toothless bulldog. But for the fact that pointing fingers are being pointed to Kenya, the president should come forward and say something and be able to liberate himself from this pointing fingers and not pointing fingers. Even if he is not involved or he's involved, he should say something. We are humans. We are 70 million scattered all over the world, doing marvelously well. Let Nigeria not push Biafrans to become what they are not. Anything an Igbo man learns, he will do it more than the people who introduce it to him. This is my word. Igbo people are very, very gifted. Any day we decide to learn this thing they call terrorism, know that terrorism will be taken to another lens. It is not part of our culture. Let Africans, they are keeping silent, not push Igbo people to begin to think about what do these people do better than us. And then our people get frustrated and begin to think about taking their life to be able to get what they want. It has not gotten to that stage. Our people are being slaughtered, killed in our own land because of crude oil. Because of crude oil, slaughtered every day in our own land. And African nations are keeping quiet. I do expect the Kenyan people, citizens as well, who are listening to me, to join the protests going on all over the world. Because if this is in Western world, I am telling you that what happened in Kenya, the citizens of Kenya, if it is in Western world, that country will be protesting in favor of what happened there, to decide to say the government, go out and say something and save our face. We have Kenyan people who are very, very good. Why would they keep quiet? They should join this demonstration. We are not fighting. Carry flag and demonstrate. Ask your government to come forward and say why this extraordinary rendition happened in your own country. Why would they come to your country and kidnap somebody? Tell us it is not in your country. Come out openly and say it. Because Nigerians, as a matter of fact, southeast, south, southwest, wherever you call them, the good people of northern Nigeria are protesting in Kenya embassy. Why must the president of Kenya pretend as if he doesn't know about it? He came to London here. They must have told him that protest is going on in every Kenya embassy in the world. He is saying that he doesn't know about it. It is high time we hear from him. We want to hear a word from him. Therefore, Professor LUMUMBA, please, I want you to tell me when next you handle microphone. Do you ever discuss about this shame that these leaders bring to us when they sit with other Western leaders? How do they feel having back seat when they go to meetings? I don't want to have a back seat in Birmingham. I don't want to have a back seat when I work with my mates in office where I work. I want to sit and work and do the same thing an English guy will do. When I go to US, I want to do the same thing somebody in US or Japan would do. I don't want to have a back seat, for Christ's sake. Why should our leaders be taking off backwards? And mind you, for some of us saying election, no election, you elected this and that. In the whole African country, maybe one or two, a place like Rwanda, where no Western world cannot use as an example. I know Rwanda is one of the best countries in the world now, the way I see it on the documentary. But they won't say about it. Other African countries, all you have there is selection. There is no election, selection. And this is why those of them who are there doesn't represent us or represent you, because they are not there by your vote. They are there by their own selections. That is why they go there and they do whatever they feel that is good for themselves and their stomach. And that is why democracy is really eating us up. And we have to find solution to this very thing. Before the British came to Biafra land, we had democracy already before they came to Biafra land. The Igbos, if you read Things Fall Apart of Chinua Achebe, you will know that the Igbos has been an old kingdom. We had our democracy, we had rules and laws in our town, and we manage it. We don't kill because it's against our way of life. But today, look at what they have brought and they have done to us. Therefore, I want to hear from you what you discuss with the president when you go and meet them, Dr. Matsanga. Thank you very much. I submit. Have a wonderful day. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We are hearing, and the professor has clapped for you for the words that you have talked. First of all, we are not a government institution. We are individuals. My organization is not funded by government or governments in Africa. It's from my personal pockets that I struggle to preach African Pan-Africanism. We don't operate like an NGO that we should put pressure in order for a funder in Europe to give us money. We do it from my proceeds, my own proceeds, so that I can be able to support Africa and leave some legacy. I'm happy you have been following my legacy on Sky News, on ITV, on CNN, on BBC Focus on Africa. I have done over 2,000 hours of talking for Africa, over 2,000 hours. Over Sky News, for example, I did a great job of an analyst across the continent of Africa. The question of Biafra rings in my mind from 1967. And I told you my father took me to Kampala to buy me some uniform for school and to have a holiday with my great uncle who was living in Kampala. And he left me to go and listen to the Biafran discussions in Speak Hotel in Kampala. You remember it's Kampala where one delegate got lost and we have never found that delegate. This question of Yakubu Gowon kidnapping people has been for a long time. It started a long time ago. So Nigerians, PLO, if you didn't know, they have that habit of kidnapping others. They came in a delegation in Kampala. They kidnapped their fellow delegate. My father came back and said, one Nigerian man is lost. That guy has never been found to date. The Uganda government put a lot of police of Milton Obote by then, very strict. And remember why I am with the Biafran people. It's because of my late president was the first person with Nyerere to recognize Biafra. Yes, Kaunda followed, Haile Selassie followed. They did not fear. They did it for the sake of Africa. And from there, the war came to a close because there was half of African Organization of African Unity was divided. 3/4 wanted Biafra to form a state. A quarter remained. Those who were bought by the oil companies, we withdrew, kept quiet, abstained. So, sir, we hear you, but we are individuals. We cannot pressurize the government. Neither can we force President Uhuru Kenyatta to issue a statement. Or the government. The government of Kenya has issued a statement. Now we know. By the way, Biafrans, some of us have gone back to find very difficult and intriguing stories. Also among us yourselves, you should check who is this who was monitoring Mr. NNAMDI KANU all the way from London where he was. So this is something which is very intriguing to me. And when I discovered a few things, I became very upset, completely upset up to today, which I cannot talk about on this platform. Now, this platform now, thank you very much. We have, the demand has become so high, and we want to go for lunch. It looks like we might not. The following countries have said they want to speak. Togo, prepare yourself. Cameroon, Congo, Rwanda, Sudan, Liberia is watching, I've seen you. Ghana is watching, not speaking. These are foreign ministries, PLO. This is now serious. Mauritius is watching, but is not speaking. Togo has sent a lady. Her name is, I don't know the name, but you will tell us. My name, the name is Sabiani. She works for West African Network of Peacekeeping under the auspices of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. She will come after lunch. Then we have, and it's a representative debate. Cameroon wants to speak, and Congo, Brazzaville, wants to speak after lunch. I think so. Now, Tijani Mbai from Namibia, my brother, closed this session. Tujadiwe Mbai from, this name is Kenyan, but yes, it is not a coincidence. Namibians were in Kenya during liberation. So you might have passed, Dad must have passed somewhere. So Mr. Bai from Namibia, can you close this session for us, please?
Okay.
The morning session.
All right.
From Namibia, the capital city is Windhoek. Most of the Africans, I want to tell, before you start speaking, some of the Africans are shaming me. They know more about capitals in Europe than they know more about their own cities in Africa. Me, I can name 54 capitals of Africa without looking at Google. Some of the people shame me, the ministers, Google. Shame. Minister, you are a minister of government. They ask you, what is the capital city of Chad? And then you say it is Kinshasa. Shame. Is this Africa? The capital city of Chad is Jamena. The capital city of Eritrea is Asmara. The capital city of Mali is Bamako. The capital city of Tunisia is Tunis. Algeria is Algiers. Morocco, Rabat. Gambia, Banjul. And so on and so forth. I can name them and win the trophy. 54, all of them, they are here. But some Africans are shaming me. Even when you ask them the capital city of Biafra, they don't know. If you ask them, where is Onitsha? Where is Enugu? Enugu. Some people say Enugu is in Maiduguri. So thank you very much. The capital city of Namibia, Windhoek, a good city. Go ahead. And the president is my friend. The former president is my friend. The current one is my friend. The one before is my friend. I came there and danced in a nightclub called Chatemba, Chess Chatemba. Thank you very much. Take us away.
Okay, thank you very much, Doctor. My name is Shianjewa Mai. It's one of the indigenous tribes. Shianjewa just means gift. Okay, well, I'm not really going to say a lot of things. It's just that I've been following the issue of Africa for a very long time. Namibia is a relatively peaceful country. And now what I've noticed, I think what all of us can agree on is that money seems to be the issue at hand here. We as Africans, we don't have enough money. And if you look at the world, everything else basically comes from money. So it wouldn't be too far-fetched to say that if we can solve the money issue, we'll be able to solve a significant amount of the problems that we are having in Africa. For example, when the doctors just started speaking in the morning, I listened. He mentioned the example of China. And then he said, 40 years ago, China was poorer than Africa. Okay, that is very much true. And there are other countries like that were in the World War, like Japan. But then if you look at what those countries did, so we have to ask ourselves, what did China really do? You know, because on the surface, what China is telling you is we worked very hard, we invested wisely, and things like that. You know, that is just what they are telling us on the surface, but they are not really telling us, you know, their true secrets. Why were they able to? Why were they able to develop so fast in such a short amount of time? If you look at other countries, another country that comes to mind is Germany. Germany was also in a lot of trouble, like 50, 60, 70 years ago. But, you know, at the moment, if you look at the EU, I think Germany has got the biggest voice. And fortunately enough, there has been a lot of research done into the topic of economics, into the topic of money. And in my searches, I found out that what Africans or a significant amount of the world is being misled on how money really works. And I'm not really going to go into the conspiracy theory types of economics. I'm looking at things that are very practical. Like there are certain people in the world, like I can mention some of them. Actually, it's one guy that did research into how the banking system really works. What makes economies tick, and what made Germany such a successful and strong country. And then they also did research into countries like Japan, what really made them successful. And then they went to China and did significant research and realized that, okay, and they basically realized that the economics that we are taught at university, basically all over the world, it's a false type of university. It's a false type of economics that is not based on how the banking system really works. So basically, I can give you the name. His name is Dr. Richard Werner. I think I can type it here in the messages. Dr. Richard Werner. He's got a website. So basically, he dissects exactly how the banking system works with countries, and then basically the basic conclusion that he came to is that it's not really necessary to borrow for Africans or for the third world countries to borrow money from abroad, based on the way that the current system is structured. It's not really necessary. There are certain steps that can be taken. On his website, if you go under publications, there's one article that he wrote called "Enhanced Debt Management." So what I'm saying here, it's being kept underground by countries that have started using his recommendations. So if you look, basically what I'm saying is there is a solution to the African problem, and if some of the more practical, more influential people that are in this meeting, if they can get either economists and they can speak to the central banks, they'll be able to really implement this and really push African development many steps forward. It's the structure is the current financial architecture. It makes provision for this type of development. Now that Dr. Werner has released all of this information, what the Europeans are doing is that they are busy pushing for central bank digital currencies. So if those become fully implemented, that means they are going to take this opportunity that is still there, that Africans can still use to really develop themselves. So basically, it comes down to we need community banks. In each and every community, each and every country, we need a specific bank that specifically caters to the needs of those people. And basically, they invest in things that the banks finance projects that contribute towards GDP versus investing in projects that don't contribute to GDP, like financial speculation, financing things like properties, things that don't really add value to the economy. So as an example, if you look at Germany has got 1,500 community banks. That is a significant amount of banks, 1,500. And each of those banks, they are called the Sparkassen banks. Sparkassen banks. they've basically been driving Germany. So what they've been doing in Germany is that...
Mr. Tujend, you can summarize now.
Yes.
You have 1 minute now.
All right. Okay, so that is basically what I want to encourage the more influential people to do. You really need to go to the central banks. It's not necessary to advertise that this is what Africans are doing, and but if you look at the work of Professor Richard Werner, it's really possible to push us forward. And it will not be necessary for us to borrow money from abroad. We can develop ourselves. We can buy the technologies and move forward as a community. So the financial solution is there. And at the end of the day, finance is what drives us. So please look into this. And if you can stay in touch with me, I'll just leave my email address there, and then maybe we can all work together. So I'll just type my email address. And thank you very much for the platform.
Right, very well. Thank you so much. That was the panelist from Togo. Doc, would you like to say something before I bring in Javan? Okay, I think at this point, I'll bring in...
Sorry, thank you very much, Miriam. I have done my bit this morning. Are you there, Miriam?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, at least you have put in some energy now. Can I also run to put in some energy, some water? Lined up to speak. You can now handle from Tawish, who is ready at the coast, somewhere in the coast at the ocean, of Indian Ocean, Karanja. And then as we come back, we start with the fresh program with Dr.
share in his view and observation that most of the problems and predicaments that Africa faces today are more like self-inflicted. Because again, if we could do as much as we can as Africans or through our leaders, maybe we will not be having these particular problems that we continue to speak about every other time. So in itself, Miriam, what am I trying to say? Because again, when you look into the kind of course, the perennial problems that Africa continent continues to face today, to a large extent, we've seen most of our African leaders really being conspirators in these particular problems that are affecting us. Conspirators in the way that they have allowed a leeway and a free will, mostly from the European nations, really to come and to dictate the affairs of the African continent. And I think when you listen keenly about the submission, or you listen on the submissions of other panelists who have spoken ahead of me, Miriam, they seem to have a common draw line that perhaps it is time we need to call out the leadership of the African continent and maybe have a new kind of thinking altogether, a new kind of attitude, a new kind of approach in as far as issues that affect the continent of Africa are concerned. We will not sit pretty and say and continue to say or blame the European Union or the Western world for whatever kind of problems that we continue to face, when in itself we really know what we can do as a people, what we can do as a continent. If we understand where our problem lies, if we understand what needs to be done so that we do not continue to be actually hostages of such problems or hostages of the European world, then we can do the best that we can through our leaders so that we can have a change altogether. So this begins with us ourselves. It gets into the leadership that we have. And if at all we are not very content with the kind of leadership we have today in the African continent, then the power, the will, the commitment to have a new and a fresh leadership in the continent of Africa really lies with the people. So when we continue to have a point to have this pointing finger at the European Union as though we are going to continually be at the periphery or spectators on matters that affect us, that are at the core, fundamentally at the core of how we are governed in the continent of Africa, then the problem begins with us. So I think generally, Miriam and the rest of the panelists, it's a good conversation that what then do we need to do? We need to petition the leadership. We need to petition even ourselves and our conscience that we can have a different and a fresh approach in as far as our engagement with the European Union or the European world, and also the other, of course, the Western world. Because again, when we continue to sit here today and continue to be pointing those blame game to these other actors world over, what is it then are we going to do? Are we going to be crybabies every now and then? Are we going to continually blame them as though we are handicapped, as though there's nothing completely we can do? Take, for example, we've been asking about the approach or the initiatives that the European Union is having on the African continent, more so on the security front. For example, arming the military, carrying out the training of the military personnel in the African continent today. Is it more of benevolence to the African continent, or is it something that is even detracting us or actually destabilizing the African nations completely? Those are some of the fundamentals that we really need to have a candid discussion on. If it is something that we are gaining as a continent, if it is something that is more of a symbiotic relationship but not more anchored on benefiting the European Union at the expense of the African people, then I think it is time for us to have to go back to the drawing. As we continue with this conversation, Miriam, I hope and believe that the African people really have the solution for the problems we have, and that solution can be advanced through the leadership. And if indeed we think that the leadership we have is not up to the task, it's still our commitment, it still lies with us really to have an impact in as far as how we are going to be governed by making a change in the leadership that we have. That way we'll be making a step forward in actually correcting some of the problems that continue to face the continent of Africa. Miriam, for now, I submit.
All right, very well. Samuel Tawish, Punchline Africa television correspondent, coming to us from the Mombasa. That is our coastal city there. So now I'd like to bring in Jevan Karanja. Jevan, if you can hear me, good afternoon. And what is your submission?
Good afternoon, Miriam, and good afternoon to the rest of the panelists and participants who are watching this broadcast, and to our viewers across the world. And it's a very good afternoon here in Kenya. And I'll say that I agree with the sentiments made by Dr. David Matsanga and Professor PLO LUMUMBA and Simon and the rest of the panelists have contributed before that Africa has what it takes to be a giant continent in terms of economic growth, in terms of social and political upward mobility, because we have the capacity to be where our forefathers dreamt to take this continent when they were fighting for independence. Therefore, it's upon us, the generation of today, because we know the sufferings that we have gone through, because we know the pinch and the pain of a disunited Africa, we know the pain of unemployment, we know the pain of corruption. It's upon the young people, because when you look around Miriam, you realize that Africa is a very young continent in terms of its population. We have it's almost 65% of the population in Africa consists of young people. Therefore, we need to come up with frameworks to ensure that we make our people meaningful, we utilize the potential in them so that we can have a generation that we take the mantle of leadership after the leaders that we have. We need also to ensure that we have young people in positions of leadership. We need also to ensure that we empower our young people, those who are talented in different spheres of life, so that we empower them. And by doing so, we have a generation and a citizenry in Africa that will be able to be self-sufficient, that will be able to champion for a cause to better this country. But Miriam, we cannot achieve greatness in Africa without the input of our young people, because the majority of the professionals that we have in Africa today, they're the young people. Therefore, the governments in Africa must come up with ways to ensure that they incorporate these young people. They have systems, especially employment in civil service, that to ensure that they carry on board the young people of Africa so that they can learn, they can have the experience to take this country to the next level. And number two, we also need to work on our leadership, because I will say the problem in Africa mostly lies in the leadership that we have. We are the youngest continent in terms of the time we got our independence. But when you go around, Miriam, we realize that in many of these countries, we have young people, we have old leaders who have refused to release power to other generations. Therefore, we need also to ensure these leaders who has failed to take Africa to the next level, we have a way of ensuring that they leave office so that we can incorporate new leadership. Because I say that most of the problems that we experience in Africa today, they are a result of poor leadership, they are a result of citizenry who are not awake to ensure that they hold accountable the leaders who are in office. Therefore, it goes hand in hand. In leadership, it's upon the citizenry to ensure that they elect the right leaders, and it's also upon the African leaders to ensure that they work to put the interest of Africa, the electorates first. And finally, Miriam, Africa is great. We have what it takes. And Miriam, we cannot make it, Miriam, because we are still, we are not yet to the industrialization, but we are on agricultural kind of model. We need also to ensure that we empower the agricultural sector. We make it precious, we make it look smart, so that we can have employment for thousands of young people. We have a fertile land across Africa where we can have young people getting something to work and to be food sufficient, because in Africa, we are food insecure when you have all this fertile land and the population and labor to ensure that we can provide foods without relying on reliefs from external factors. We must make ourselves, we must fight for our space and make sure that we are capable so that others will respect us. We must fight for our space so that others will also ensure a fight and embrace the Africans in us. I submit. Thank you.
Very well. Chairman Karanja, thank you so much. At this point, I'd like to bring in Nirio Itunga Elia. Okay, Elias, if you're not available, then we're going to take a short video break, and then when we come back, oh, you're there. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'll take the opportunity to thank one of my Mr. LUMUMBA. I was really impressed. As a Ugandan, African, also patriotic. I think I wasn't ready for this presentation, but as I began, and I will have few things to comment or to air out. There's one of our comrades, what he said, Simon, he talked about the ethnicity of Africa. As we talk now, I think most of the problems about the tribes in Africa. Africa has many tribes, and you see most of the unstable countries or unstable countries, they have a lot of culture. The likes of Somalia, the likes of Congo, most of the countries that have one region, one language, they are a bit separated. Now, I think to make my understanding, depending on the questions of today, it should be a river. How it should be our question as Africans. How can, who is responsible for Africa? It should be a question of every African. I will leave that question to LUMUMBA. I ask him if he is present, at least he should tell us who is responsible for Africa. Is Africa a continent of leaders or is a continent of every African? If you were to go back about the ethnicity, the shared culture, having similar practices, initiation, brave, linguistic features, passed from one generation to another generation. Right now, if you see most of the African countries, the heads of state, we are dealing with a different generation as the young people. We are totally different, dealing with a different generation. We are not embracing young generation to the system, to the leadership positions. Most of our leaders, they have been collapsed because they are dealing with different generations. They are collapsed because they don't want letting young blood in. I thank LUMUMBA. He has been fighting. It should be as Africans, as young generation, understand the problems within our society. It should be a call on how can we improve the welfare of our communities. I want to tell you, there is no integration or there is no one Africa unless my community, your community is stable, is well stable. We see our leaders flying over countries, flying over, going for international calls, address the nation. But when they come back to our countries, nothing is done. So it should be our responsibility. It should be a responsibility of every African. Now, in most of the African countries, we lack Pan-African institutions. I think let's embrace Pan-African institutions where political and leadership skills are lectures. Most of the countries are starting off for political lectures or political studies because they want to contain themselves in leadership. My fellow comrades, let's stand up for Africa. I have another question, and it should be a question to everyone. Why isn't there any African patriotism training, African institutions that would gather all the African youth, that would all gather the African generation? We lack a generation. There's a problem ahead of Africa where we are dealing with a different generation. What I can tell, we cannot solve the African problem by by defending our leaders. It's a call to everyone, it's a call to Africans, it's a call to our generation to come out and stand for Africa. For now, let me stop there.
All right. Thank you so much, Elia. Thank you so much for that presentation. I think at this point, I'd like to bring in Edward Kusewa from Kenya. Edward, good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Miriam. I've been in a place of a little bit of noise, but I hope you can hear me today.
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me today?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So I think the panelists that have been before me have been able to explain what is happening in Africa very vividly. I only want to bring 2 points. One is what the phenomena called the resource curse in Africa, and the other one is the Dutch disease. The Dutch disease is responsible for what Dr. PLO Lumumba has been saying and what Dr. Matsanga has been saying. The Dutch disease normally says whenever you discover new resources, like for example, oil, this oil always attracts foreign cash into those economies and starts fueling conflict. Excuse me, I need to talk to some few people to reduce some noise in the background.
Very well. As we wait for that.
Okay, apparently it's not possible to be able to reduce the noise, but I will continue. So, I mean, the different models that have been explained by previous panelists. Mbai has talked about budget deficits. When we speak about African economies having budget deficits, then there's always a problem of foreign influence. This foreign influence come and exploit countries that have budgetary deficits, and they start wars, they start conflicts in those African countries. But the biggest problem has been the Dutch disease. The Dutch disease is where you discover oil, and that oil or minerals attracts foreign capital, and that foreign capital starts bringing conflicts and wars around Africa. And therefore, I think, from where I sit and from listening to different presenters, I don't want to talk a lot today. I want to listen the people of Cameroon, what they have to say, and the people of Southeast Africa, what they have to say. But we must be very careful when we have governance issues, when we have budgetary deficits in our economies, when we have corruption. That's where the gap starts, and that's where there's influence. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. And on that note, we'll take a very short video break, and then when we come back, Dr. Matsanga shall be leading us in the next session. So I think Juliet Makapila, you get ready, and the rest of the presenters who have not yet, presented, have had the presentation so far. Thank you so much. My name is Miriam Oguta. I'll see you in a bit.
And our guide. And all that we strive for as a human family, dignity and hope, progress and prosperity, depends on peace. But peace depends on us.
Viewers, those listening to this tape or this video, I want to bring to your attention that the politics of proxy wars in Africa is becoming real, and it has become a reality. I want to bring to this the attention of the African states that time and time again we have fallen victims of proxy